How are we all? Tonight may be very interesting or very tedious, or both. In my world, these are not mutually exclusive. I apologize to Keffals this very instant. She's a saint and doesn't deserve this. We shall see. Maybe this is her apotheosis. I don't know. Vosh said he didn't want to talk about Brianna Wu. I'm not surprised Vosh doesn't want to talk about Brianna Wu. Alright. But Keffals doesn't have the choice to not talk about Brianna Wu. I'll show you why. If this bloody thing will ever load. This is Keffals' social blade. This has been the consequence of her defense of Brianna Wu these past few days. This is bad. That's 1,400 lost over the last 30 days. 197 on the 28th. 112 on the 29th. It's a lot. I don't actually know what the YouTube situation is. I imagine that's been insulated. But that's gonna motivate you. Vosh is not connected to any of this, so that doesn't matter. Vosh was smart. He didn't defend Brianna Wu, he didn't condemn Brianna Wu. He said nothing. That was wise. If he didn't have his laundry list of scandals leading up to this point, he probably actually could have made it in politics. It's the problem with the internet career. It's all of your failures are forever. You never move past them. It's a good and a bad thing. It means the people who've actually learned their lesson don't have a shot. Thank you, Gnostic Informant. I see you have Robert Strassel edition of Xenophon. Nice. I do indeed. This is actually one of the few books on my shelf I haven't cracked open yet. Well, I cracked it open. I haven't read it yet. I just got that one on a lark because it was on sale at a used bookshop, and it was like, oh my god, there's actually a hardcover of one of the Landmark editions. I need that. And it's a sewn binding too. I didn't know they had those. I want to get the Thucydides in that as well. I have the same translation of Thucydides, but it's in leather. And it's a more gorgeous copy. Same translation as, it's the, what is it? It's the Crawley translation. It's the one that the Landmark one uses, but it has the illustrations by Hobbes and none of the extra notes, which makes the Landmark edition great. So I kind of want the Landmark edition hardcover as well. I already have it in paperback, but it's kind of flimsy. God, it's hot in here. I see why she pushed through despite COVID. Yeah. Yeah. Keffals addressed it on stream today. This is true. That's why we are, that's what we're looking at, as a matter of fact. But before we do, we actually have a conversation. Who I think is ready to roll now, so I'm just going to ask. Alright, here we go. This is Glitterbell. Hey, how are you doing?
Yes.
Oh, you're very quiet. Let me solve that.
Mm-hmm.
Try speaking again.
Yes.
That might be a little rough. We'll try. We'll try. No hard feelings if it doesn't work out. It's totally fine.
Oh, Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear
I'm
me?
doing good. How are you?
I think you might be lagging by a solid, like, 30 seconds.
Let me turn off your stream also. I'm hearing you on stream and in Discord,
Oh,
so
that'll
let me
do it.
test this. Are you there?
I am.
Hearing you?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Tests.
Hello, hello?
Let me try 1 second on a different computer.
Okay.
Okay, let me swap out computers. I have a second computer ready.
Perfect.
Take
your time.
I have
It's all good.
two mediocre laptops. One does some things, the other does other things.
That's totally fine. Yeah, the voice is being cut off. There's a possibility it won't work. If not, it's fine. We'll talk another time.
Hello, how are we doing? Can you hear me?
You sound great. Can you hear me?
Oh, way better. This is substantially better. Okay.
Oh, good. And you're actually able to, like, hear me without a 40-second delay, so it's brilliant.
Yeah, I have real technological issues that I try to deal with. How are you? Good evening. Thank you for having me.
Good evening. Yeah, no, you're perfectly welcome. I am feeling, I was actually feeling pretty good today. I'm dead tired, though. I was actually taking today off. I was originally going to do a Hegel debate earlier, but I was just feeling dreadful last night, so I was going to rest today. And then I saw that Keffals was finally addressing the woo stuff, so I figured I got to head that off. I listened to a bit of it. Some of it, I appreciated some of it. Some of it was smart on her part. I think some of it wasn't. And we'll get into that later.
I think we might have slightly different takes on that, but I appreciate everybody's participation in a community where we work on hard problems together, so I'm not trying to, Well,
I definitely don't have any issue with the community, to be sure. It's the frustrating thing is people at the top who are handling things in a very sloppy or in a very, well, to put it lightly, an irresponsible seeming way. I did like that she finally seems to have changed her tune a little bit from sort of a reflexive defense of what we was saying. I've got a couple of other issues as well, but at a certain point you take what you get, right?
I've been thinking my way around all this. I don't want to make any strong statements on one way or the other, but I've been thinking a lot about it over the last couple days, and I've had very strong emotional responses in a couple directions, and I don't No, No,
totally fine. So when we initially were going to, when you wanted to chat, you mentioned a couple of things. You mentioned, we're not gonna talk about theory or Hegel or Marx tonight. Although apparently you're finishing Capital tomorrow.
I am on my last reading session of getting through Capital. Whether or not I understand it, fully debatable.
Fair. How long did that take you?
Couple weeks.
Damn, you're a trooper.
I did the audiobook.
That's
I had to
cheating.
listen to a couple times. Your chat has informed me of that, to which I respond, that is ableist, because many people have different learning styles.
That is also cheating, but I have to grant it. Otherwise, I will be cast out from the woke mob.
See, I can play this game too. No, but yeah, I took a couple weeks on it. I would do like a couple hours in the morning every morning. I like to start with stances that I can defend firmly. I think about a third of it is great. Beyond that, I have doubts. I think a third of it is amazing. Beyond that, parts of it I think are good. Parts of it I have questions about. I'm still thinking through a lot of them.
Well, I haven't gotten past the section on the commodities, so, I mean, you're ahead of me. Most of my reading of Marx is early Marx. I've read a lot of early Marx, but it's mostly early Marx. The not boring stuff. The stuff that really isn't Marx, the stuff that's Marx getting away from Hegel, but
there's parts of Das Kapital that I think were genuinely really enjoyable, and there were parts that were a slog. I also think that he's a really interesting fellow. I have a lot of thoughts about just him in general.
With as much of Capital that I read, and I've tried reading it like many people who tried reading it many different times and failed, but I found that recently. Having a much stronger idea, because I've been reading other things, of what actually was unique about his project and what he's actually trying to do, it is significantly more interesting now than it is earlier. Because if you just read it, it's like, oh, this is an old German guy's description of capitalism.
Totally.
100 years ago. That's not interesting. But if it's this is an old German guy's sort of archaeology of the system of capitalism, or to show upon what it's contingent, as kind of a grounded sort of update and escape from like Hegel's philosophy of right or something like that, that now gets really interesting, because now this isn't just an economic text. Now this is like a sequel to political theory as a whole.
So I think that he's a political philosopher, a moral philosopher, and an economic theorist.
He's you know what he is? He's like a post-political philosopher. He's actually, yeah.
So I think he does three different things, and I think he does each of them well at points, and each of them, like, I don't follow all of his thoughts on all of them, but I think that kind of differentiating between whether a claim he's making is like political or moral or economic helped me understand it better, because I kind of took it all as one the first time I approached any of it, and this time I would be like, oh, wait a second, this is a little different than what he was talking about earlier. He moved seamlessly from one into the other, but yeah, that's one thing that struck me.
So
another thing, I don't know.
Oh no, please, but,
yeah. For just really brief background, I don't share much information because trans woman in America, internet, but I studied sociology in college. I have a BA. That's a very minor degree. I'm not trying to.
That's what I got.
Okay, cool. These aren't brash bona fides or whatever. But like, so I probably wouldn't have gotten through it in college. Having finished Soc enough to kind of know some things about Soc, and then coming back to it later, it was super interesting and way more enjoyable than I expected. Like, just think of it like, oh, this is like a German guy who's like witnessing a technological revolution in a way that nobody has seen for kind of hundreds of years.
Yeah.
Writing from a perspective on a continent where he has access to a good amount of academic resources, but a limited amount of them. Like, having gone through Das Kapital, it's like he really doesn't even talk about Southern Europe. He's kind of only interested in like Northern Europe and England, and he kind of extrapolates world history out of that.
Well, because it's the future of the Europe he came from. I think in addition to one of the things that people don't really get if you don't know about Marx before trying to read Marx, because a lot of people just pick it up and they'll try to read him. And the problem with reading Marx is that reading Marx by himself doesn't really tell you what Marx was actually doing or why.
I think I want to read Smith next, just because I think you're totally right. I need to know what he was bouncing off of.
I'm not even thinking in that direction, but you're absolutely right there. What I'm thinking of, though, in particular is people think of Marx as sort of the beginning of revolutionary philosophy. That's not true at all. Marx himself was as subject to accusations of communism as many people were in the McCarthy era.
I picked up on that, which is, it's a great point. I hadn't realized that the first time. I thought he started it, and it's like, no, he's definitely jumping into a thing.
Oh yeah, no, and what he actually is he's a post-Hegelian who realized that Hegel's philosophy was not revolutionary, but he took it as such early on. And so what's really interesting is he actually agrees with Hegel's philosophy of right to a T, and this is the part where a lot of people characterize Marx as like a Hegelian. No, but he has a lot of respect for Hegel, and he uses Hegel as a launching point. So he treats Hegel as being more or less perfectly correct in terms of his treatment of modern politics and of the state, in particular, like the Prussian form of the state, which is precisely the ideological framework he wants to break from. This is what he has in mind when he says the philosophers have only described the world. So when Hegel is describing the perfect state, what he's actually doing is he's crystallizing in ideal form the elements of the Prussian form of the modern state. And so the best, the actualized state of Hegel is really no escape at all. It's a fetishization of the thing they already have, the thing that's already censoring Hegel at that time. So that's no good. Yeah, that's no good. And the reason why Marx gives up journalism and activism is precisely because the Prussian government is censoring him. Eventually, he has to carry out his research in exile. And so the reason why he goes into a deep and highly specific, and this is one of the reasons why he's tedious in many ways, highly specific account of the history and sort of structure and mechanism of capitalist mode of production and everything that sort of flows therefrom, is precisely because the problem with Hegel is that because he's only working with ideal conceptualizations of things that are divorced, they're abstracted away from the world, the only kind of knowledge that you can ultimately get is a refinement of those concepts. And so essentially you don't actually have knowledge of the world at all, or of politics at all, or the state at all, because what you're playing out itself was already sort of a fictive simplification of the thing, and you just carried that out in your mind, and you've never
So
actually...
do you think it would be accurate to say that Marx was moving from a more abstract philosophy to a more concrete, empirical approach to things? Am I following you? I'm trying to...
Not even more empirical. It's in a sense well, I guess it would simply be anti-idealistic.
So I
how
kind of agree with you. This is
yeah.
one thing I think is really interesting about him, is because I think that he is and he isn't. I think he has two gears.
Yes.
His whole description of capital, I was just like, this guy's right. He's right. This is very good. People should be forced to read this in high school. He's very right. You know, like I thought a lot of his stuff on the labor theory of value is really solid. I think that he does tend to extrapolate beyond what he's proven, and that's where he loses me a little bit.
Okay.
If this makes any sense.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
I don't think he finished the job, so to speak. I think the critical move for the critical move that Marx makes, and I think that ultimately his greatest contribution is precisely the breakaway from speculative philosophy as the area in which political theory is done.
So so I agree with that, and then I think that he moves back into it at the end, which is what annoys me.
Oh, he does a lot. I mean, even
Okay.
look, even his conceptualization of how human freedom works, and to a certain extent, there's no way to escape this. But even his idea of what is being lost under capitalist modes of production, that is itself relies on a similar type of thinking. And so Hegel's not defunct, or writers of that sort aren't defunct, because you don't escape it entirely by simply moving to the particular, because you still have to bring it all together.
I haven't read any of these guys that I've been able to throw out wholesale. All of them make a couple good points that you sort of have to keep contending with after you've heard them, right?
Yeah, and I'm not an expert by any stretch, so there's no doubt
Sure.
there's some like Marx or Hegel scholar who's listening to this who's just like pulling their hair out. But I've got the camera and you don't, so that's how that works.
Hey, I understand how you know.
You know how capital
hierarchies of
works,
power and
exactly.
Yeah, I'm in.
Okay, let's
Happy
talk about the things that suck now briefly.
Okay.
Okay, so you wanted to talk about Marx. We covered that a little bit, and then or Destiny or whatever. We're gonna
Sure.
take that a little bit more broadly.
Sure.
And sorry, I was hearing a voice in the background.
No, I got it. I actually hit play on the thing, but
Okay, no worries.
yeah,
I'm
painfully awkward. I apologize.
No, totally fine. My brain's just frazzled right now, so I'm like easily distracted. I'm going to extrapolate from the Destiny thing just the whole the woo-spiracy, okay?
Sure. I think that's probably fair. We're both a little bit interested in this. That's fine.
Yeah. So I'm going to assume you roughly know my positions on this so far, or at least
Yeah, I think
my
so.
general concerns. Maybe it would be easier, and it would definitely be easier for me if I can shunt all of the responsibility onto you. Did you want to maybe outline maybe some of your
Sure, let me give you
pushbacks
my-
to... Please.
Yeah, let me give you my thoughts. And this is, I'll say this up front, a delicate subject. I think it's an important subject. My beliefs are always subject to change when presented with new information or compelling arguments. So anybody who disagrees with things I say, please be at least a little bit charitable, because, you know, I'm processing through this. And I am a trans woman. I've talked to this with some other trans friends. None of us are definitive, you know, none of us have final say in any of this, but, you know, I've been trying to think about, like, how do I feel about these things that have happened?
Oh yeah, and a quick reminder to my audience: I don't care how much you disagree with the guest. You can insult me all you like. Don't insult the guests. It's the rule.
Thank you very much. I
Okay.
appreciate that.
No worries.
So first off, just broad context in American politics. I'll say, let me. So here's how I look at this globally, because this is actually. Wait, let me frame this. I am from a red state. I'm a trans lady. Trump won. The cultural context changed. I stayed there for an additional year. I no longer felt safe. I moved. This experience frames how I look at the importance of political victories and losses. And the continued anti-trans legislation that has been proposed and passed throughout the United States, I think, represents a very real risk to folk like me around the country. So that's sort of my national vulnerability sensitivity that I have. I take political stuff pretty seriously. Globally, and I know that this is whatever, but I kind of think that if we don't stop Russia from moving into Eastern Europe, then a whole lot of people in Eastern Europe are going to have to spend the rest of their lives under a totalitarian, authoritarian government. where they will lose a lot of the civil liberties we tend to cherish in these types of spaces. I think the same is probably true for Taiwan and the South
And we,
China Sea.
you know what? Just to cut you off there very, very quickly,
Sure.
I agree with everything you're saying. I think that can probably be encapsulated in Dems need to win. We both agree on
Dems,
that
okay,
point.
so okay, thank you very much. You're
No
cutting to the
worries.
chase. You're exactly correct. We actually do need to win.
Yes.
Like, it's very important that we win for global security reasons and first. Okay, thank you for.
I think we're all on the same page about that. I think
Yeah.
where we probably have some disagreements is how we go about carrying that out, or at least to the extent that people in our position, certainly not at my level, but people who do roughly.
I think you're
the similar to what
significant. I don't think
can.
you should downplay. The other day, you mentioned people who are successful as though it weren't yourself, and I think that you fully fit into the category of successful folk. I think you're doing a niche hard thing, and I commend you for it. So,
Well, that's
and I
that's
also think it's
untrue, but
important.
that's very kind of you. But please.
So yeah, Dems, you need to win. So I'll say that so as far as associations, we'll start with Destiny, and then we'll talk about the Wu stuff.
Sure.
As far as associations with folk like Destiny, potentially Vosh, who have challenging or potentially problematic takes from their past, in an earlier American political climate, I would have a lot more concern about some of the things they've done in the past that I regard as mistakes. And I think both of those individuals have firmly made mistakes. Like, they've said things I wouldn't say.
I think that's an
an
uncontroversial statement. Yeah.
Yeah. I think they've also done some really powerful good things. I can tell you that there has been times during my transition when I would like literally be stressed out by the people in my life and tune into Destiny's stream and hear him debate a transphobe and be like, that's the argument that I was looking for.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. That's the argument. He had the words in the order that I need. I can take this back to my coworkers and explain this. Thanks, D. I appreciate that he's been able to provide that as a service to myself and other trans folk. That's been very meaningful. Again, don't follow him on all things. Sometimes he's been very helpful. In light of modern political circumstances in the United States, we have people like Matt Gaetz literally in Congress.
Yes.
I think that the Overton window about like what type of person can be involved in politics has maybe shifted a little bit, and I also think that might be good. I think that there are a few people who are without fault. I think most people who've taken, big steps have made their mistakes in ways that are visible, and in the internet age, mistakes don't really go away, as you mentioned earlier. So I think it might be good for us culturally to think about how we contend with people who have mixed histories. And in this political landscape, if Gates can be in Congress, I think Destiny can raise money for Congress. Because one is literally in government and a child trafficker, and the other is a kind of sketchy dude who's mostly fine. So
Between the two of them, I will readily concede that Matt Gaetz is significantly worse than Destiny. I will. I think my immediate pushback, or my immediate question rather, I'm not even going to push back yet. My immediate question is, when do you suppose this shift in the Overton window occurred? Because we were not speaking like this not a year ago. It has been, a lot has changed in a very short amount of time, and I do wonder.
Probably the insurrection. For Americans, I think that was a. So I would say that for me, the three most cataclysmic historical political events of my life have been 9/11, the election, and January 6th.
Why do you suppose the Overton window has shifted post January 6th?
I think that this is the first time that Americans have
Or as I should say as a consequence, but you got my meaning. Continue.
Yeah, and again, I don't have data to back this up, so this is
fine.
my interpretation of stuff. But like, we're cognizant of the fact that we have a pretty large experienced veteran population who's had real warfighting experience.
Mm-hmm.
We're cognizant of the fact that we have a whole lot of weapons just in country. We have a history of civil war, and I think that on a subconscious level, that probably shifted things pretty dramatically for a lot of people. I can tell you that I was very concerned that Donald Trump would win the election when he announced his candidacy, and I phone banked for Hillary because of that, and I got made fun of the whole time, right? Because like there wasn't a chance that he was going to win, so why are we doing this? Turns out he did win. I think that between the violence of the last election and as we are approaching the next election, I'm sensing a very different way that people are considering ideas that might have sounded goofy before. Like a guy running for president from jail. That would have been fully laughable, I think, even a year ago. And now people are like, but could he? You know?
I have a slightly different read.
Okay.
As for why the Overton window seems to have shifted. I actually don't think it really has. I think that people in our space, people who are tuned to these online spaces, are under a bit of an illusion right now.
Oh, sorry,
because
I lost you a second.
No, what was the last thing you heard? Hello.
Sorry, 1 second. I just lost you. You cut out. My thing plugged. Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
No worries. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Sweet. What was the last word you heard?
I don't think it has changed.
I don't think it has changed. I think that people in our space who are really like keyed in to the online space in particular, I think it will change. But I think for us, I think we've been too far ahead of the current, and we haven't really recognized that the game itself hasn't changed at a broader level. And here's what I mean. It seems to me that the actual critical shift took place when you had competitors with mainstream video sharing things, with like a lot of these like micro celebrities like Destiny, XQZ, etc., seeking out interactions with sort of out of grace figures that had large audiences, right? Or going into like the dating space and things like that, and sort of curating their content so that they would profit from a larger audience that was engaged in something a little bit trashier, that had a lot more bleed through with this other stuff. And I think in addition to this, you had the finally the takeover of Twitter by Elon Musk. I refuse to call it
that's
X.
a great point. I think that absolutely has shifted things.
Well, I don't. Well, here's the thing. It's not clear to me that it shifted things. I think what's happened is that the levers of power, like who has the leverage in the online media space in particular, has shifted pretty radically. So that at one point it was the case that there was a general tendency of these media companies to sort of censor and sort of moderate their channels, not very sincerely, but sort of superficially according to progressive lines. Whereas now there has been it has been discovered essentially that if you just keep pushing, no, they'll supply the funds. The people who watch these things, they will supply a viewership. You're not going to lose money if, for example, you allow like this type of content to kind of proliferate, especially when that's being sort of brute forced in by people like Musk and things like that. So all of like the old accounts that used to be censored, they were all brought back in force, and so all of a sudden you no longer have a situation where one party can't just sort of game the system unimpeded. Now they can. And so you have sort of an artificial gestalt shift in terms of what the actual political landscape looks like online.
Okay, I hear that. Can I respond to this before we move on too much further? Because I think that's... Unless
please.
You have...
No, I did, but please.
Okay, just because I know that... I think both of us have a lot of thoughts that come in complex, so I'm trying to, I don't want to get too far. Okay, so this is some context I think is relevant, and this isn't necessarily a direct counter to your argument, but so I had a fair amount of experience in volunteer organizing and coordinating, and I actually did quite a bit of face-to-face fundraising for Amnesty International and Save the Children professionally for a hunk. So for quite a while, it was literally my job to have very unpleasant conversations with people in the U.S. about hot button issue topics and to try to get them directly involved. I can say that, and this isn't something that I can firmly demonstrate factually, but I could easily pitch Destiny to any of the people that were the type of people that I could get involved in these campaigns. It's like, and again, accepting that he's got some serious flaws, but just from the experience doing a lot of active brute force groundwork, the things that he represents, like if my income depended on fostering activism that was connected to Destiny, I would still be able to do that. I don't think that he would be a substantial inhibitor to that, if that makes any sense. So that's kind of part of where
that makes.
I can't firmly map that out of like, here's what the value is and here's what a Destiny costs and my value minus Destiny still equals I can't do that, but I can just.
No, I understand. Yeah.
My
think
general instinct is he's not a deal breaker. And if he were, I'd throw him out. And so there is some kind of calculus there.
sure. Well, not a deal breaker in terms of this is not the kind of thing, for example, that would prevent you as a sort of smaller scale political activist from working in different orgs or things.
I don't think that he would be a hard. I don't think that. So fundamentally,
Yes.
what I understand is being sold by like him and Wu in that initiative is focused canvassing in vulnerable districts in swing states using deep canvassing and
We'll get back to that, by the way, in a second, because there's a
Okay.
massive miscalculation built into that, but we'll get to there in a second.
Okay, I'm really into that plan. I don't know another person and I'm kind of embarrassed by this, but like, I don't know anybody else with a plan, and I actually like that one. You know, so it's like if I were to make a plan, it would be what Wu is proposing, and there doesn't seem to be a counter plan.
All right, let's stop there. So
Okay.
I want to respond to the first thing first, and then we'll move on to the more interesting discussion.
Yeah.
So I think the Matt Gaetz comparison is ill-conceived, not because you're wrong, but because, well, it may be the case that on the right side of the aisle, you have some pretty transparently awful human beings in positions of power. There is not the same culture on the right where people are held accountable to that. Awful people are instrumentalized on the right, whereas on the left, because there is actually much more inward attention towards the special interests of the groups that the Democrats supposedly represent, dubiously in many cases, but supposedly they do, specifically minorities, especially the black population, gender and sex minorities, things like that. Insofar as that's the case, and insofar as there's much of a stronger push for advocacy at that level, you actually do have people in a very precarious position if they are seen to be engaging in any sort of activity that is even implicitly hostile to any of these groups. And I think one of the particular dangers for a Democrat, and I speculate, but I think this is one of the reasons why Destiny has been conspicuously absent from the public page of Ro Khanna, because he mentions Keffals, he mentions Vosh,
Sure.
He doesn't mention Destiny, but Destiny's really the biggest one there. That's interesting. In addition, I believe Vosh, unless I misheard, Vosh was talking today on stream about how they were all denied entrance to the White House because, as a consequence of Hassan, and maybe he did us all a favor in this, who knows? But as a consequence of,
really funny.
oh no,
It's really
fucking
funny.
hell. He's such an idiot. Anyways,
He's
but they
okay, the tanky shit I can't abide.
okay, but very
I'm
very
just
quickly,
gonna
just so
say,
the audience knows what the hell I'm talking
yeah.
about. Yeah, so they, as a consequence of this, they're only going to get security checks. As a consequence of Hassan, they're like, oh, we need to actually pay more attention to this. Who are we actually getting in bed with? And all of them failed a PR check.
All of them got knocked out.
I think Keffals included, which surprised me a little bit. Maybe not, honestly. I don't know how high their threshold was, but between the lot of them, I think maybe it's not saying a whole lot, but I think Keffals has probably had the fewest of you know what? With respect to their reputation with BreadTube and stuff like that, I can
So
see
can I
that
say
being
this?
a pretty
Because I think we're
disqualifying
onto something that I don't know the right way to handle, but I
Yeah.
do think is important. So I don't think that we should build our party around awful people,
Yes.
as I think you've accurately pointed out that the conservatives tend to. I do think that we should utilize mediocre people.
I agree.
And I would classify Destiny as at least a mediocre person. Sometimes I
agree.
think he's pretty good. Sometimes I
agree.
think he's mediocre.
I agree.
But I think that it would be good for us to find a way to allow our culture to enable people who aren't perfect to contribute as much as they are able if they want to contribute it to
Now, you and I are
Alright.
100% on the same page here. Here's the rub on my end, okay? Destiny's value is potentially immense as a streamer with an audience that looks up to him, and a lot of them really do look up to him. Like, it's crazy. You put any pushback on this stuff, like the kinds of people who will come out of the woodwork to fight you tooth and nail on their favorite streamer, maybe not becoming president someday. I'm not even kidding. I mean, adjust your expectations, people, a little bit. But as a streamer, with the ability to encourage his audience in a compelling fashion, to vote for Biden, to agitate for Biden amongst your friends and family, maybe even to go canvass if you feel so led and you're willing to inconvenience yourself for a couple days, great. The issue I have is that connecting him to the Democratic Party, or for that matter to any other streamer, doesn't seem to expand his reach. It seems only to take the elements about him that potentially cause internal friction within the voting body, within the community of people who are maybe getting engaged, and allowing that to be introduced as a factor that might dissuade people from being involved more broadly. Or another thing...
I understand the concern. I don't want to... I'm not trying to... Yeah, I understand the concern.
No, well, here's the thing, though. Here's the flip side, though. I don't see that this actually increases his capacity to do outreach. It seems like... Somebody made the analogy on Twitter earlier of it's like you tie 3 rocks together and you throw them into a river. It's going to make a bigger ripple. That's an interesting analogy because it seems to me like what's actually happening is we're tying 3 rocks together and dropping them into a bucket. And we're not getting a ripple. What we're getting is water loss because as a consequence of this... Let me
give you my hypothesis about this weekend. I hear you. Let me give you my hypothesis about this weekend.
Sure.
I think that the loudest leftists in every family in America listened to at least one person who was in D.C. over last weekend about once a month. Like, so even though I don't think any single of those creators has a full grip on it, I think that, like, if you've got a liberal cousin, there's a good chance that they've listened to either the Young Turks or the Majority Report or Vosh or Destiny or Keffals or any of the people who are on the couch. Like, there's a really good chance that there was actually a touchstone into most American families at that kind of summit thing.
That might possibly...
I don't think it's overplayed, but I also think, like, let's just take that kind of seriously.
Yeah.
As, like, even if it's a 5% improvement kind of across, it's like, I'll take that. That might be okay.
I think that's optimistic for 2 reasons. The first one is that the people, and this is one of the complaints that I had about this just out of hand, just the whole VidCon thing. I think it was ill-conceived in that they took on people who had specific baggage, but didn't bring on other people to counteract the baggage. So, for example, Destiny very recently, to spite a black creator, donated $10,000 to the Atlanta Police Department.
I mentioned that I think some of his moves have been ill.
Which is fair, but you'll see where. Let me just give me. But give me a quick second. No. The point here is not a condemnation of Destiny. This is a purely tactical consideration. They then who else was selected? And then of course we know about like his takes on the Rittenhouse thing, which he already had Gudgel disown him publicly as a consequence. That's all known. They then bring on Vosh and Keffals. I like Vosh. Vosh doesn't have a great reputation when it comes to his dealings with different political parts of... He had a hot
take on Middle Eastern peace at one point, right?
You're talking about the glassing Israel comment?
I think that might be the one.
Okay, well that's... Okay, progressive zealousness taken too far on the one hand, okay? There isn't actually a good other extreme of genocide. It is unfortunately universally bad, even if the regime is totalitarian.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not for.
Yeah, Vosh
I'm an anti-genocide person.
Moving on though. Yeah. He's got the Ensler drama. He's got his interactions with Professor Flowers and FT Signifier and da-da-da. And even if, for example, like with the Soul Bunny stuff, I think a lot of it is frivolous. It's still there. Bringing Keffals, same deal. Frivolous, still there. And there wasn't somebody to counteract that. Like, for example, having FD Signifier, somebody of that stature on that panel would send a different message than just having Vosh and Destiny and Keffals. Not even Keffals. Keffals wasn't even there on that panel. Emma's great. I've got no complaints about Emma. I don't.
So one thing I don't.
She's
think
the odd one out. Yeah, go on.
But I don't think that you're wrong. One thing I do think is probably really tough is that there's a huge portion of the left that I'm overstating it. There's a significant portion of the vocal online left that actively demonizes Democrats. And
not hard to do, to be fair.
It's not hard, but it's probably politically unwise.
Maybe,
and I think it would be hard to find a counterbalance in the space who wasn't playing into that. And that is I think that the party split prior to 2016, and that enabled the Republican victory that resulted in the repealing of Roe v. Wade. So I'm pretty sensitive about.
Okay, well, this moves into my second point. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the second reason why the panel was ill-conceived in its inception. Having all of these people work together to canvass and to coordinate their communities, that's a smart idea. Centering it around putting them on stage together makes no sense. Makes no sense at all. For the simple
What if I
reason.
said instead of a great event, I thought this was a decent first draft? Like, what if I don't know that I disagree with what you're saying.
Unfortunately, it wasn't even. The problem is it's not a draft. It was committed to print. This has been published. So
Okay.
this has happened now. And
I don't think it was. I don't think this did. Okay, so man, do you believe this has done damage? I don't feel that it has.
I have no idea. The only thing I am certain of is it has not done good, and it's for this simple reason.
I'm less confident, but I'll hear you out.
All of the people involved in their respective audiences were already being agitated to vote for Biden. Were already being agitated to canvass for Biden, and they were already aware of each other. They're very much aware of each other. Vosh and Destiny's audiences are like, they may hate each other, or a lot of them may outwardly hate each other, but they're like this. In a lot of ways, they're the same. In fact, for the longest time, they had the exact same sub count because they were the same. Keffals and Destiny and Vosh, they all know each other very well. Even the smaller little channels around them. These are all orbiter channels that are actually made up of the audience itself. This is why I use the analogy of a bucket. The problem is this wasn't actually a meeting of multiple audiences. This was a spectacle for the benefit of one audience that already existed.
I don't know that I fully disagree with you, but I about that part. But I don't think I follow you onto the impact. But you can keep going. I do think that you're kind of right. I think there is a larger. So I think that there is a larger online left that isn't unified, but functionally exists as a single body.
I'm going to say, by the way, guys in chat, if you're saying somebody said we, President Sunday can't even vote in the United States, that's true. But I'm just going to say we because Canada doesn't count. Okay, sorry. Continue.
I think it's fine. Yeah. I honestly, I've been talking about this with other folks too. Is that like
I'm not a patriot. I just like the free healthcare.
The U.S. and Canada are. This is a perfect example of how our political systems are coming into contact with each other increasingly frequently, right? Because for this conversation itself. It's not like American politics exists without.
Well, for example, like why the hell was Keffals even there? I mean, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
But on that note, in terms of damage it's done, now this is going to be a little bit muddy because now we're going to be moving into other territory. But leave this aside for a second. Let's presume, for argument's sake, that the Wu leaks were necessary. They were certainly. I certainly couldn't control the leaks themselves. I wasn't the one who leaked them. I was the one who published them once they were leaked to me. So it stands to reason they would have got out somehow.
I understand.
We can argue about that in a moment, but let's presume, for argument's sake, that they were going to get out anyways. So as a consequence of the individuals involved in this thing, I don't believe there was audience growth, but it seems like there was audience schisms. And so, like, one of the things I've been witnessing is on Keffals' end, there has been a decline of roughly. I was looking at this earlier in the stream. I don't know if the numbers are accurate. They're usually not. But what I'm witnessing is approximately 1,000 drop in followers. And these are the engaged people. And these are people who are going to badmouth you afterwards. These are people who are going to have an issue with this. I don't know if that's like really serious ultimately. Probably not.
Do you think that is do you think that reaction is good, or is that a byproduct of a part of our culture on the left that we should find a better way to handle? Because I'm not confident yet. I don't know.
That's difficult to say for a couple of reasons, because it could be either. Okay. Because like it could be the case, and this is what I would hope it was. People are witnessing a figure reflexively leaping to the defense of somebody who's just been outed as like very clearly acting dishonestly with respect to her public statements.
Let's say somebody leaping the figure of somebody who's had some objectionable texts released, because I don't want to affirm the categorization of it. That's a kind of we'll talk about that in a second, of how damaging they were. But yeah, well, so knee-jerk jumped in.
Well, let's put it this way, okay? These were texts that this person would never admit to unless they were published. I think that's a fair assumption.
They also probably wouldn't say that if they knew that they were going to be published, which is how one interprets that. Well,
that's the nature of lies, right? You don't want to be caught.
Well, I would disagree with you about that, because I wouldn't characterize these as lies, and I would also say that the way I communicate things amongst people who have a firm understanding of my values is pretty different.
Okay, let's suspend that for a moment. We'll return to that later. That's tertiary to the point at hand. Okay, so let's say these leaks. Maybe there was a responsible reason to leak them. Maybe there wasn't, but they would have been released anyways. And now, as a consequence of the people involved, at least one party seems to have a schism drawn in their community. How big it is, we don't know. How much of that is people who are not heavily involved, who are just sort of repulsed and disengaged and don't really matter anyways? We don't know. How many of them are like super engaged? We don't know. But we do know what hasn't occurred is growth. There hasn't been an influx of people who are now attracted to this uniting of forces to add to the pool of people who are going to help with canvassing and help move the Dems forward. So it doesn't. I'm not seeing a clear path from these people being on the stage together, these specific people especially being on the stage together, to increasing the number of people that are actually involved in politics. If we're running off of the assumption that the hype of the event itself is enough, I think that's a hopeful conjecture, in my opinion.
So I would say that the goal, my assumption, if I were in Wu's situation, would be that the goal of this event is to maximize the amount of on-the-ground horsepower I can extract from these audiences.
I agree.
At the time of necessity. So the goal wouldn't be to grow the audience of any of these creators. The goal would be to convert the members of these audiences from passive participants to active volunteers. I don't know that we have seen the impact that it's had on that. So I don't feel comfortable stating that this is a success or a failure, because to me, that would be the metric by which it's measured.
So my worry here, and this is one of the reasons why I bring up the fact that this has caused even a minor schism. Like this is just surface level. We don't actually know like how deep this is actually run. It may be like cut at the limit of people who just dropped off immediately as a consequence of this. It might be a lot of people who haven't dropped off are still kind of hooked in, and we don't actually have data on that. This might be a thing that's just sort of invisible.
I think that's true, and I also think that the way that we have this conversation will certainly impact that trend. Not this specific one, but like as a community, the way that this conversation unfolds is going to impact how substantial that drop. I don't think Keffals should lose fans. I think Keffals is doing pretty great. So I would hope that we find a way to conduct this conversation in a way that grows Keffals as a creator rather than detract from her career.
Well, I mean, I don't think Keffals losing or gaining fans really matters ultimately in the grand scheme of things, one way or the other. But I think the issue here is what I would interpret that as a possible sign that there is a breaking of some morale in the community.
I think you're right about that. I think that's an accurate assessment.
And
there are definitely hurt feelings in
and
a
so
serious way.
Yeah, and so one of the reasons why bringing these personalities together might be a liability is that it seems rather than have gotten people really pumped up to join into canvassing. We haven't really seen evidence of that, but we have seen evidence that might signify like, okay, if people are disaffected with one of the main figures who are taking a part of this, as well as the organizer. Let's leave the organizer out. Let's just leave it at like the comments by Destiny, for example, on BLM riots. Vosh's agreement to it, which kind of shocked me because I thought he knew more about like what BLM had achieved, and stuff like that. Even stuff like that, and given the opportunity for that to take place, like Destiny's a wild card. You have to kind of anticipate that kind of thing. A lot of people who are who are either invest in that movement or know more or whatever, they're probably not going to be super jazzed about canvassing for this particular group, given that display. The people in Keffals community following leaks, a lot of them probably the same thing. And so it seems like as a direct consequence just of the personalities being made the centerpiece, when they already had the same audiences that they could already leverage in the same way, they could even like do the same thing, like pooling the money thing and getting people like facilitating people to canvas so it's less burdensome so you can get more people out. That's brilliant. I think that's a great idea. But putting the personalities front and center, that seems to have created the conditions under which you very likely are going to lose people, because they're not going to go like, oh, this person like badmouthed a progressive thing that I think is really important, and they've been badmouthing like a whole category of people. Maybe I'm a part of it. I'm not super keen on this anymore. Even if I believe the Dems should win, I don't know if I want to like get involved in this organization or stuff like that. Or even people just talking about that word of mouth, that's going to travel and that's going to have that same effect as well from both things.
Let me think. Just give me a second, because you're I'm not trying to attack your claims. I'm just trying to think about it for a second.
I also desperately need to pee. Can you wait 5 seconds and I'll come back?
Absolutely. I'm going to fill a cup of water.
So. I'm going to do that too. 1 moment.
Okay, cool. Like and sub, chat. Click on that thumbs up. If you give a super chat, I think that Sunday would be happy about that. If you're on I think he only streams on YouTube. So yeah, just do that. Do that more. Call a friend if you have any friends. You should call them. Tell them that they should tune in and they should click the thumbs up. It's my. I'm filling dead air for El Presidente. Your glorious leader will be back shortly. We are discussing the the past. People were passing messages, notes in class, and the teacher found it, and then they said some bad stuff, and now we're all figuring out where it goes from there. So that's. My name is Glitterbell. I am a lady. And hopefully I'm entertaining enough that you can wait till our professional returns. He's relieving himself. He's taking care of biological necessities and getting water. I have water now. My general thing, I'll use the airtime. My general thing is we should.
I'm back. So you've run out of time to cleverly say a bunch of slurs so you can have the stream reported if this doesn't go well.
Yeah, get ready for strikes galore, yo.
Sorry. Do you remember what you were going to say?
So I don't think I did, but you said that we. Okay, I think. Okay, yeah. So you're concerned about the potential backlash of this. So one thing I would say is that, one of the things that the left does way better than the right is call out its own. One of the things that the left does worse than the right is crucify its own. I think that finding some way to assert where the boundaries should be and assert what we expect from people without really crashing the car whenever there's an argument. God, this is a terrible mixed metaphor.
Well, here's the issue that I immediately have with this, and I follow what you're saying. Human beings are human. They're going to make mistakes. They're going to slip up.
You go to war with the Americans you have. You know, these are the Americans we have this generation.
True. But here's where I push back on that statement a little bit, because we might be cursing ourselves a little bit by sticking to the letter of that instead of the spirit. We have many more Americans than the Americans we have chosen to put on that stage. And every single American on that stage has an interest that is independent of the success of the party. Case in point, every single Dem on that stage has a personal economic interest in Biden losing, because that will be big business. Having Biden in for another term is boring as hell. Having Trump in, no, that's not on the cards. I don't foresee a situation in which Trump wins. But point I'm getting at.
I'm gonna fall asleep after this conversation. Don't make me think that Trump might win again. That was
point I'm getting at.
It was 4 rough years.
The point I'm getting at here is that there are people lining up for those spots, who are competing for those spots as we speak. And I think if somebody wants to assume a public-facing
I'm going to gently push back on that. Boy, howdy. Okay,
just give me one second.
Yeah.
I think if somebody assumes a public-facing representative stance, and it comes out reasonably that they don't represent the interests of the community, or worse still, they are acting against the interests of the community or some subset of the community, I think there is a distinction to be observed between crucifying someone and hoping that they grow, but removing them from the position nonetheless. I don't think that's crucifixion.
So I hear that. In this instance, I don't think that we have...
By this instance, are we referring to which one? Because we've got a few.
I'm saying, like, this moment in history. Like, we're coming up to an election. Whatever fundraising, whatever coordination, whatever organizing is going to happen is in the works right now. And if it's not in the works right now, it's not going to happen. My experience with this stuff is that it is way harder than people anticipate, and there is much less eagerness to do it than people would hope. I would, and this is not so one of the things that got me interested in Destiny was the fact that, to my knowledge, at the time that I was kind of becoming more aware of the scene, is that he was one of the only streamers doing direct canvassing. And I know how hard that shit is. So seeing somebody who, like, also was connected to that element of it, to me, just gave him a type of credibility that it's really difficult to get for folk who aren't actively doing some direct coordinating. I would strongly encourage you, if there's any way in Canadian politics that you could participate in an analogous type of campaign. I think it would be super valuable. Just to
it's done all the time. Now,
okay.
But here's
I do think it's really good. I actually think it's great to have streamers making these moves. And I think the more streamers do it, the more that liability that you're describing is spread out. I think it'd be awesome.
I'm gonna burst your bubble a little bit, okay?
Okay.
I apologize. I think that canvassing is an extremely good thing for people to do. I think it is often a leap to say that it is critical, and I think it is often a leap to say that it is simply a good thing just because a streamer does it.
We'd have to have data on it.
We do, as a matter. We have a little bit of data on it. What we do know is that between elections, it seems like intensifying canvassing seems to have. Now, here's the crucial point. In very tight swing states, it may have an effect we can't anticipate. So when I say it's a
that's the whole plan, though. Here's what. Okay.
So no, yeah, but hang on. I'm not quite there yet. Not quite there yet. Okay. So I think it can have a nebulous effect, which may be great. It may be much greater than we see because we only see the difference. We don't know how much of that wasn't different was affected by that. Like it may have accounted for a tremendous amount. It may have been one important person at one particular place was reached that caused a cascade, and boom, we just have no idea. The reason why I say I'm bursting your bubble here is because that same logic can be deployed towards exactly the same kind of thing we're talking about. When you have, for example, a figure like Destiny who is, while engaging in this canvassing, also engaging in discourse that is deeply fractious in the community, we don't know how far the effects of that travel either. And one of the dangers I perceive is that we use the activity of canvassing as an excuse to cover up the danger over here, and it's not clear to me if these counteract each other. It's possible that the one is greater than the other. We don't know which.
Can I just encourage us to move a little bit more slow? Like I'll hear you out.
Please, sorry.
And I just think let's just move a little more slowly on this, not in this conversation, but as we come to this thing. Because I'm not saying you got no point, but I am really concerned about losing what I think is some real powerful value here.
Okay.
And I think it's the more people the more streamers get involved in this type of stuff, the less the reputation of any individual streamer would have on it. It would be really cool if we had like 15 streamers all pushing canvassing. Then it wouldn't really matter if any of one person said a dumb thing, right? So, and all of them should not say dumb things. This is not me saying, this is not me trying to give out, these aren't indulgences, right? It's not like you can like do evil and then canvas and then do evil and then canvas. I'm not trying to set that justification. But I do think that creating a culture of active, engaged political activism being a part of the way the left conceives itself, it's a really good thing. And obviously I'm biased because I come from a background that's, put a little bit of energy into this stuff directly. I do tend to believe in it. My understanding is that data tends to back it up, although you're right, we can't prove it. One thing that I do think
I've looked at some of the data, so just from my perspective on this.
Sure.
The positive data, and this is, once again, like, this is one of those things that's almost impossible to actually quantify. The way in which you actually follow this is going to be tremendously low resolution, and it's probably missing the critical point. Like, for example, if you see a difference simultaneously, just as we have no reason to think that the effect was as small as it seems, because it may be like a deeper and more
pivotal. We really don't know.
But by the same token, it could have been it could have been nothing.
Yeah.
It could have even, we don't know. It could have even been negative. We don't know.
Unlikely, possible.
Unlikely, but metaphysically possible, right?
Sure.
Yeah, it's possible there was general momentum that nobody perceived. I'm not going to get into like that zone, but you get the general idea. Oh, shoot, what was the point I was going to make? God damn it. It'll come back to me. Okay, sorry, what were you going to say?
I'll fill the time for a second if you let me take it.
Yes.
Okay. One of the things I really like about this is that I don't think that any individual canvasser is going to knock on a door and be like, "Hi, I'm also, do you want to vote?" Like, they're not going to know.
You cut out there, so I certainly hope not. It's going to scare somebody.
Oh, I said, I don't think that the canvassers are going to knock on the door and be like, "Hi, I'm a DGGer. Do you know who Destiny is? Let me show you his recent tweets."
True. Yeah.
Like, fortunately.
Oh no, yeah. So crucially, none of this affects the actual quality of on the ground canvassing.
Yeah, it's super obscured, and I think that is part of why I'm more comfortable with it. Right? Is that actually obscured isn't quite the right word, but like,
well, on the canvassing end of things. On the canvassing end of things, I do have a problem with this particular case. We'll get to that in a moment. But on the canvassing end of things, I completely agree. Like, if you can put feet on the ground,
once they show up, they're pretty much as good as any other canvasser.
And look, I will eat my words if they've managed to like substantially increase the number of people they have canvassing. Okay.
Okay. Can I give you one other point? Okay. So here are two things. Hopefully this is interesting to you. One thing that I think people often misunderstand about Destiny. He's imperfect. He's got criticisms for new joiners. I don't stand by everything Destiny's ever said. But I think if you really want to understand how he thinks, one thing that's probably worth taking into consideration is that he's put 10K hours into Factorio. I think he's a man who actually does think in terms of chain reactions. I don't think most people do. I think that he does. So I think that when we're trying to think through what he's trying to achieve, I think it's okay to take that into account. I think his community tends to as well, because they have been kind of trained on his logic. I also think that micro-targeting districts is a great idea for a community that thinks in chain reactions and is obsessive enough to hold territory on our place. Like, if I had to pick a group of folk who I thought would be pretty good to, point at a tight area, it doesn't seem like a bad idea. And also, if you're going to hold a thing in, Michigan, and you get people driving in from all of the surrounding states, I bet Destiny and Vosh have enough fans that they can get some pretty articulate canvassers onto the ground in a district that seems pretty good to me. So.
True, but the question is not whether or not Vosh or Destiny's audience has a lot of able people who would be very good for that type of job. The question to me is whether or not this particular program increases that number, does nothing, or decreases that number. And then there's an additional one to the middle, does nothing, but creates schisms that might have negative effects either on the streamers, either on community members, or maybe politically down the line. Because, for example, one of the things that pushed Destiny into giving a lot of airwaves and indeed making some of their channels viable, people like Mr. Girl, for example, deeply transphobic. That's unfortunately the least of the worries about him.
Mr. Girl is awful.
But Nick Fuentes, Sneeko, like some really terrible people who he didn't just expose to his audience, because nobody objects to him debating with Nick Fuentes. People do have objections to him giving Nick Fuentes an opportunity to appear charismatic without pushback, and that's one of the issues with the So one of the worries here is that, sort of like in that case and these connections, the compromises that other parties have to make in order to publicly associate, which seems to be the essence of what this event is. It's a public association of these communities. That stands to risk creating serious problems in terms of community morale. And so, once again, in terms of the program's ability to put feet on the ground, maybe by magic it will achieve this, but I'm not seeing a mechanism that overcomes that problem. And even in the absence of that problem, I'm not seeing a mechanism that actually increases the overall reach of anybody involved, given how interlinked these communities are. I think this is one of the reasons why I think reaching out further, if you actually brought people at disparate ends together, you bring the FD signifiers and Noah Sampsons and those people, you get all of the people who aren't as publicly disastrous as Hassan Piker. You get as many of those people in as you can, just to go on the ground.
100% behind China is kind of a deal.
Okay, but look. You tell them though that the Dems have been infiltrated by Xi Jinping, and this is actually the plan. Okay, I don't know, but you get the point. In the absence of that, I'm not even seeing a mechanism to actually increase the boots.
I hear you. I don't think this is bad feedback. I think that this is good. I also
what I want to hear is do you have an idea of a mechanism? Is there a way this actually could work?
So I think that I do. We just have to grow this modularly, right? Right now we have a core unit. it's imperfect. It's got some people attached to it that we have thoughts about that we don't.
We'll figure out how communism works after the revolution. I get it.
Yeah, like it would be really cool if we got some streamers from a different district or a different area to also communicate and get some canvassing together, and then merge those groups, right? To me, this is like one of the things. I do respect people who take first mover initiative because it's really hard to do that. All of the criticisms that you've raised are, real grounding. If other people had started this first, I'd be backing them. They didn't, so I'm backing the people who did.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm not. I think this should expand. Hopefully, I've given that. Hopefully, I've conveyed that. It's like,
well,
I really believe that.
Look. As far as I'm concerned, my harsh words notwithstanding, if it works, it works. So we will have to see. I
appreciate you saying that. Right? Like, we might as well keep an open mind, especially. Yeah, I know. I understand. Yeah. I understand.
Okay. Well, okay. So, okay. So we've landed at there is no mechanism, but maybe it'll work. Maybe.
So the mechanism is right now. It is designed to attract the attention of fans to be aware that this campaign is happening and get them excited, so that in a number of months, when we're closer to election season, they will be looking forward to their participation in this. They'll be thinking through the arguments they're going to be making. They'll be listening to content about how to reach out to undecided voters, and they'll be preparing themselves because this has gotten their attention that it's coming up.
Now here's a question. Sure. This is an honest question, actually. I'm not trying to catch you up on this, and there isn't really a right or wrong answer. But given the fact that, especially in Destiny's case, there has been a significant increase in his audience size well in advance of this, how much do we attribute to the program in your judgment versus previous turnout, and how much do we not? Like, obviously, if you double it, it stands to reason something changed. I don't know if it's the program or not, but it clearly didn't hurt it that much, maybe.
So, like, let's say this: if I think everybody's kind of has a sense that DGG is a little bit of an uppity crowd, to say the least, right? It was pretty much all friendship memes all weekend. I've never seen this group of people be that gay in a positive. I'm gay, I get to say that. Like, everyone's just kind of like. It seems
there's
like
a lot of that. There's a lot of that loudly. I wonder though, because of the visual nature of these mediums and the way it's sort of fed to us, because we don't see stats, we see the individual
but that's why
posts.
I think it's pretty good.
But I'm gonna return.
Okay.
I'm returning to the previous point though. What a lot of people are also seeing, for example, a lot of people in Keffals community who are seeing, for instance, a lot of people really jumping for joy at being friendly with the community that was really on board with a whole lot of Kiwi Farm stuff, which doxed more than Keffals, by the way. And again, not even like outside of like Keffals mods, for instance, people in that
America
community.
has been through so much trauma over the last couple of years that I do think there is a desire to find ways to mend things, and that you're not wrong that really bad stuff has happened in the past amongst these people and in these communities. I'm also, and maybe this is just naivety, but I am optimistic that people have had enough hurt that at some point it's like, what if we just didn't fight and fought the actual insane people?
I think
Matt Gaetz shouldn't be in Congress.
I think that's a wonderful. I think it's a wonderful idea. Sorry to interrupt you. My apologies. I think it's a wonderful idea in principle. I think the problem though is that by changing our resolution due to the upcoming election, I think we've forgotten the fragility of the base that we already do have, and that a lot of its bulk, a lot of its ability to work together might actually be contingent on them being kept safely apart and not brute force together by the people who unify them at the top. Because at a more cynical level, just when we're talking about like the ability of the people who figurehead these audiences to represent them or to keep them captured, one of the things that will change that is if, as a consequence of these interactions and as a consequence of the compromises they need to make in order to make these cooperative activities work, something happens sort of indiscernibly where their audiences stay roughly the same size on paper, but that's because the audience of one has become shared with the other one. And so a lot of DGG is now watching Vosh, but a lot of Vosh's loyal audience has become disaffected. or something like that. Maybe not even a large amount, but maybe just enough that it causes a problem that starts to snowball. You know?
It's yeah, I could see it, but
Because one of the nature, this is again like going back again. I apologize, but one of the problems with the audiences that they brought on is that they are one audience. Even if they're a negative audience, like a lot of most people who watch Vosh have negatively watched Destiny and maybe are still subscribed to him. Same with Keffals, same with Destiny, and all back towards each other. There's a whole little cottage industry around just responding to every little faux pas these individuals commit from their respective spheres, which really means it's all just one sphere, because that's how the economics of this work.
I watch Destiny and I watch you and I watch Vosh.
Why, thank you.
Stardust. I'll say it out loud. I bet that there are more people like me than people realize. That there are people for whom the battles between these communities is secondary to the discourse among them, and who do perceive it as a largely progressive agenda that is working out its kinks more than it sees it as warring factions. I could be wrong. But I suspect that there's a decent audience that sees things that way, and I think it's important to keep that in mind. I think it has value.
No, I'll see that. So, just to encapsulate your response, so the strategy is that it is internally focused. It's not about growth of audience. It's not about expanding reach. It's about using the spectacle to get people excited about getting involved. And the bet is that the people who fall off are fewer than the people who come on board.
Yeah, if we get enough boots on the ground that we can keep fascists from taking the United States, we've got a real good job of maintaining European sovereignty, And so for me, it's about getting the most dedicated members of these communities excited enough to talk to their friends, to be like, hey, there's a thing next weekend. I don't have a ride. You do. Would you mind driving me down? Also, would you want to do it with me? Could I get 2 more people to come with us? That's what I'm hoping that. So my perception of this event is that it's getting people positioned to have that conversation, to get the boots on the ground before November, which is about 13 months away right now. And because
unlucky number.
Yeah, I know. Because once people are on the ground, I don't think I'm just going to be like, hi, I'm a fan. You want to hear his take on, that's not going to happen. So I don't think that real harm was done by it, and I do think that getting people involved in the actual activity of political persuasion is pretty valuable.
All right.
Is that a good summary? And we can, I may not be right, but that's right.
Well, same with me. Hey, if I'm wrong, it's a good thing to be wrong about. Okay.
Yeah. Right. Ultimately,
I will be mildly annoyed, and then I'll be happy when we win.
Can I ask you to keep a little bit open-minded on this and challenge your assumptions more than,
Oh, look! Hey, Glitterbell,
or whatever. Yeah.
Let me tell you, okay. If every single person I was engaging with was as, shall we say, engaged, I guess, as you were on this, we'd be having a very different tenor of conversation. The problem I'm running into is that, when these things are brought up, I have a mountain of people who are replying, you're jealous, da 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 da. It's like I'm not even. I can't work with you guys. I'm Canadian.
It took me a year of talking to people on the street about the most politically fraught issues in the world in order to be able to have this conversation this tenor. Yeah. So you know what I mean. But yeah, no. It's...
Aiko, just very, very quickly. Sorry, Aiko. I didn't ask you. She right? She was talking about European sovereignty in the context of
Russian invasion. So
not
or nuclear blackmail, however you want to phrase it.
Not European sovereignty in that sense.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not.
It's totally fine.
Sorry,
totally fine.
Sorry,
Okay, so I like where we left off there. We'll have to wait and see. Deep canvassing.
Sure.
Explain to me what that means.
So my understanding with deep canvassing is that it is So original canvassing, the main goal was to remind people that an election was coming up.
Yes.
And the idea that you would knock on enough doors, that you would reach enough followers, that they would remember to go out, so that would win you the election. My understanding is that deep canvassing is designed to attempt to not just remind people that there's an election coming up, but ideally persuade them a new opinion that they may not have previously held, and that it has been somewhat methodically formulated, and that some of the early research seems to indicate that people report changes in their perceptions of sensitive issues following conversations with deep canvassers.
Yes.
Whether or not that translates directly into votes is unclear, but if you think about the sales funnel, a change of opinion has to come before a change of action. So it's certainly a necessary step, and if this appears to have that effect, I'm for it.
Here's my...
Absent evidence that proves something is more effective.
I've looked at that evidence myself as well. And actually, one of the limitations of the test actually feeds into my principal issue with this as a strategy. So, I forget their names, but I think it was a pair of scientists. But they did this with respect to trans issues. I know was one test, and they found that after doing some deep canvassing, some like long, and I mean long interactions with people, I think they calculated something to the effect of like they saw a softening of their opinions on these issues for a span of roughly 3 months. I'd have to check back and figure out how on earth they figured that out. But that's roughly what the data showed.
If we canvass 3 months before the election, that's all.
Well, I mean, true. True. That part doesn't bother me so much. In fact, I would rather hope that you'd be more optimistic that you get more than for the amount of time investment on an individual person.
I also too.
Yeah. The issue that I'm seeing here is and this fundamentally once again comes back to manpower. The sample size was abysmally small. Now, that's not necessarily a mark against deep canvassing as an effective tool, but what stands out is that if you're canvassing for an election, what you need is not changed hearts and minds. Ultimately, what you need are numbers. And the issue I'm perceiving is that there now becomes a problem of resource allocation, where you have a limited number of people. Apparently, Brianna Wu wants to set up like permanent houses, so there are like long-term... That's a whole other kettle of fish. I need to know the details of that, but there's like long-term dwellings so that people can basically
Could be problematic. My assumption is that people are driving in from out of state and staying a night, and they just need to put a sleeping bag somewhere, but I don't know.
Well, not for deep canvassing. That's gonna be the problem, right? So for regular canvassing, I agree. The problem is for deep canvassing, it seems like what's required is a conversation in excess, let's say conservatively, in excess of 30 minutes. The problem there is that now you've taken the number of doors that you can actually knock on, and keep in mind too, like the amount of people who will actually answer the door and talk to you at all, even if you're just canvassing normally, is minuscule. I've heard numbers, I think like 1 in 20 will even talk to you, or I think how many will come out and vote as a consequence. It's all speculative as well. So the problem I'm running into here is you are now asking people to spend an exorbitant amount of time. Oh, did we lose the connection? I think we're still.
No, we're here. I'm here.
Yeah. Oh no, not on your end. It's YouTube's been really fidgety lately. You were asking people to spend here. I need to move OBS a little bit to the side so I can actually see the bitrate. It seems like we're good. You're asking canvassers to spend a long amount of time on individual people that may consume the rest of their day. You have a higher
per person in time investment and a potentially lower reach as a result of that.
Yes, and for that to be effective as well, you actually would require people to not just drive in, because these are people who are going to be tired, and what you don't want to do is drive people in from out of state to go talk to 2 people and then go home.
So this is one of those areas where I don't think that your concern is bad. I think you raise a good point. I don't feel comfortable making a strategic assessment of this because I don't know what their reach rates are. I don't know what the expected return rates are for standard canvassing relative to deep canvassing. I feel like in order to take a strong position on this, either in defense or critical of it, I would just have to have more information. And there is a certain, I'll accept that there is a certain degree to which I am trusting people who are strategists at a different level in the system who are allocating resources to be making those calls. Just because I can't make every call and I don't have access to all the information. So it's not that you could be right.
Oh God, have you seen the numbers on like call center results? It's so sad.
It's awful. I've done phone bank canvassing. It's rough.
And look, good for the people who do it, but like the numbers are demoralizing. Like there's rough. Once again speculative. We don't know, but like especially on the phone because 90% of the calls are just going to be hung up immediately.
Yeah.
At least at the door, they have to be a little bit polite sometimes, so they feel like it, maybe.
But I also I do think there's a reason that this has become a regular part of the political process. It seems like you lose campaigns if you don't do it and your opponent does. So at least matching the opposition is probably pretty important. And if we can get a bunch of people who would be playing League of Legends to spend a weekend out canvassing, that's fine. It seems fine. They got so much land place. These people are very committed to this type of thing. They're actually pretty good at coordinating. They've got their flaws, but if this is the one place where they can really give back to society, my God, I want to stay out of their way.
No, don't get in the way of the EGGers who are going to go canvas by all means. I think we've more or less canvassed all of the issues with that, so to speak.
Sure.
Yeah, so the deep canvassing thing. So I respect that you don't want to speculate as to what that actually looks like in principle. What I know of deep canvassing is in my judgment, I think that's untenable. But like maybe it'll be something like. Oh, God, do I think Brianna Wu's looked at the data on this? If I'm going to be honest, probably not. Maybe she doesn't know what deep canvassing means, and we're talking about something completely unrelated. Maybe she means we're going to canvass more, and that's it. I have no notion. Begs the question as to why she's spending money on permanent basis or that, because you got to move. But yeah,
that she knows what the term means. I'm going to give her the benefit. I understand that there's disputes about her quality for her, but
yeah,
I'll give her that one. I think she probably knows what she's talking about.
Okay, that's going to bite you in the ass, though, by the way, if she's, like, really attentive to the meanings of terms just in the next part of our conversation.
I've never been wrong before, but I hear that it's an important growth experience, so if it happens now... I could be totally wrong, but she seems fine. She doesn't seem perfect. She seems fine.
Exactly, a fallen arrow. Deep canvassing is when you consider Hegelian philosophy when you canvass. Excuse me, sir or madam, do you have a moment to discuss the dialectic? Yeah.
That would be so great. I would actually talk to that canvasser.
Let's talk, before I let you go, let's talk about the Wu thing.
Okay.
What's your...
So,
I saw you in Keffals' chat earlier. You were really mad at the leaker.
Yeah, so I think that the most harm was done by the I don't think that was the only indiscretion here, but I do think that was probably the most harm. I think that the reason I have the most difficulty with it is that I think that if you are in a conversation with people and you hear an objectionable opinion, you have a responsibility to challenge that opinion and work to persuade them of why you believe it's objectionable. And I think that leaking the information without doing that is pretty bad. If there was any pushback to the things that were being discussed and they were like, no, screw you, we're going to keep saying this stuff, I would have a very different look at this. But I think leaking without speaking makes me super uncomfortable.
That's a good line, leaking without speaking. I like that.
Yeah, it's just like, why didn't you speak up? You were there. Somebody was there. Somebody saw it. They didn't like it. They could have said, hey, actually, you may have forgotten, but this person is Demon Mama's partner who's in the conversation. And saying somebody looks like a transvestite, even if you're trans, is pretty mean, and you shouldn't do it. If that had happened, and that person got shouted down, then I'd be like, all right, leak it. Fuck it.
Here's the problem. So let's say this person does this, okay? Let's say this person comes out in that group chat and says, hey, Brianna Wu, I didn't realize you were about all of this. I think this is actually pretty nasty of you. I think you should rethink this a little bit. You're being hurtful to X, Y, and Z, some of whom are like fairly beloved parts of the community, like Doe, for example. I think we need to have a conversation and like sort of work on this because I think you're engaged in something toxic. You're running under the assumption that Brianna Wu, who is a public figure, a deeply public figure, she may not be actively running now, but she's tried to run for Congress.
Everybody in that group is public figures, right? Was anybody not public?
Well, let's set the threshold higher. Brianna Wu is somebody who has actually tried to run for Congress, right? So she's a step above. I don't think.
This is America. That doesn't mean much.
I'm gonna say that makes her a little bit more public than Zanya. Okay.
Okay, that's fair. That's an
Yeah.
accurate.
The point though is that this is a person who is putting themselves into a situation where they're trying to be an organizer and a leader and to influence not just policy but also strategy at a lower level. So my first exposure to Brianna's takes on non-binary issues was when I was in a server with somebody else, and we were trying to explain how its pronouns were not part of a degradation fetish. This is a regular theme. Without being asked any questions or being addressed at all, she jumps in to arrest the conversation and tell us that any time spent talking about this is a detriment to getting to like electoral victory. Anytime talking about this is time not spent on stuff that actually matters to the trans community. She was pushed back on this a little bit, and she said, "I don't know anybody who's trans who actually cares about this. Mostly cis people care about non-binary identities, apparently." So I'm not going to analyze that or judge that right now. The point, though, is that this is somebody who is really invested, even at a microscopic scale, talking to me, for example, at influencing what issues people bring forth during election season or leading up to the election. Let's say that. I think that's a pretty charitable way to put that. I hope you agree.
Yeah.
Okay. So one of the in that case, in the event that this person is in fact not just having a senior moment and is actually like being disingenuous, like when they say in public, when she says in public,
ageism. Come on.
I have them all the time. It's okay. Look, we're voting. We're all for Biden. Okay, like this is.
We're all on the same team.
Yeah.
Broadly speaking.
Anyways. Jesus Christ. Anyway, sorry. Moving on. Look, it's late. Okay, I haven't slept in a little while. Moving on. If she is being disingenuous, like when she says, "I unequivocally, I unequivocally support non-binary people" or whatever. If she is indeed being disingenuous when she says that, then what one might be concerned about is if you bring this up, you are ejected from the group chat. Maybe you're not just ejected from the group chat. Maybe they now have eyes on you and they prepare to hurt your reputation just in case you go to somebody else.
I don't think that Brianna Wu has much cachet in that way. You know, like in this community, I think that Brianna Wu attacking somebody else has much less power than anybody attacking Brianna Wu. Another thing I think is an important component to this that I think is easy to dismiss is that as somebody who is like involved in the whole Gamergate thing,
yes,
it does seem like there are people who are kind of in the woodworks just waiting for anybody to say it's okay to take more swings at Wu. And there has to be some awareness that if you... So, okay, I think that leaking without speaking isn't great. I think the reason it was leaked to the public was there was an awareness by the leaker that it would create a dog pile. I am not confident of what the leaker intended to achieve.
Careful, because the leaker, to be clear, did not publish the leaks. I published the leaks.
Okay.
So my motive...
Earlier you said that it would have come out regardless of whether you had published.
Distinctly possible, but I wouldn't go so far as to speculate that the reason was to drum up drama, because the problem you're facing here, it's possible. It's a perfectly possible explanation, but the problem you're facing here is that if the leaker was doing so for the sake of alerting people to an actor being disingenuous in a potentially very damaging way, especially if it carries on forward, and this happens later on, because we'll get into that in a second. There's another dimension to this that I have a deep concern with, but we'll move on from there. If that was their concern, the act of leaking the DMs is going to be identical in both cases. It is still going to be, you have fed the leaks to somebody who can proliferate them, and that's going to be regardless of whether or not they just want drama or whether or not they want people to be alerted to somebody being disingenuous in a pernicious way. And more
so let's talk about that
very, very quickly. And moreover, in my judgment, if indeed they can be seen to be, if indeed somebody else who receives them can still justifiably interpret these as this person is acting in a malicious and deceitful way, the motives of the original leaker don't really matter to me at that point, because now I'm making a judgment call.
So one thing that we have.
Go, please.
So you do very consistently characterize the behavior that was documented in the leaks in a certain way, and I do kind of contest with that interpretation. So, like, yeah, I mean, if she had, I don't think that what we saw rises to that description. I think that we saw rude, mean-spirited, inarticulate, bad behavior. I think that. So my understanding is that if we're gonna like break it down, there's basically 2 offenses that were revealed in the leaks. One was calling Benny, saying that Benny presented in a.
You cut out there. Hang on, you're cutting out.
Okay, sorry.
Wait, give it a sec. It's like sporadically. Just give it a sec.
Oh, okay.
I'm waiting till I hear like consistent background noise.
Test.
I think you're good. Okay, sorry. Okay. Continue.
So the first indiscretion / mistake / inappropriate thing that was said was saying that Benny presented in a way that looked like a transvestite, and the second was commenting on its pronouns and speculating that it might be a degradation fetish. Both of those things are bad. I don't think that those represent a two-faced, malicious hatred of trans people and of non-binary people.
I don't either. Okay. Here's the issue I actually take with them, and it's not that she called non-binary people, particularly non-binary people, I should say, bad names or characterized them as pathological, which she did, but leaving that aside. And it's not that she called Benny a transvestite. I think these things by themselves are really bad, but that's not the principal issue I have. The principal issue I have is that when she is saying this in the context of a transmedicalist Discord group, where the worst interpretation of these things is actually being validated by everybody else in that group publicly after the leaks are made. And in the context of that conversation, she is complaining about X, Y, and Z groups having the helm of the movement. That's the problem. So just very quickly, the issue is not her being mean. The issue is not her hating NB people, because here's the thing. You can hate NB people and advocate for them. This is one of the things that the right recognizes. Their leaders don't give a shit about any of the stuff they care about, but they'll do what they want. Here's the problem. If she is actively encouraging people to organize against these groups, which is my interpretation of these leaks. I haven't seen evidence of that. Well, I think the leaks are themselves evidence of that.
I disagree. What organizing is called for in those leaks? I can pull up leak 2, I think. Let me grab it quickly. I just didn't see a call to action.
Well, here's the catch.
Consistent with that.
Here's the catch. It would be the same mechanism by which you would drive people to get more engaged in canvassing by bringing Destiny, Vosh, and Keffals together.
This seems like a private conversation amongst streamers. This doesn't really seem public-facing.
Well, careful, amongst streamers, which means that the people she's trying to influence in this regard are people who are specifically outward-facing.
Are these people all attached to the agenda, or are these just people that she knows while she's working on another thing? Because these are
people. Part of which agenda?
Like, are these people part of the organizing and canvassing?
Well, they have a lot of them have
kind of canvas.
Well, a lot of them I have no idea, but they are all audiences that are deeply enmeshed within the DGG audience. And guess who has a similar viewpoint? Destiny does, as a matter of fact. A whole lot of people in the community do. And the problem you're looking at here is you have a bunch of actors who are really aggressively pushing this idea in very strong terms, by the way. Like Zonya, who's the one who Brianna Wu took her notion. She's explicit about this, that she took her notion that Doe's identity was the result of a degradation fetish. Zonya has been tweeting feverishly for the past couple of nights about how Benny Carollo is in fact a man who is using a female identity to direct people to her OnlyFans. Not even trans. Like we're dealing with like.
I am not here to defend Zonya.
Well, Zonya, you have to. Well,
I don't just like Zonya. Sometimes I think Zonya's pretty cool. Zonya says some things I don't agree with. I am not going to defend all of the.
But here's
I'm not trying to throw Zonya under the bus.
Oh,
I can't defend all the things that she says.
Look, I've had nice conversations with Zonya too, but here's the problem. After apologizing for the contents of those things, she then retweeted someone saying all of the contents are base. That person in question was Jenny Matrix. Are you familiar with her?
Vaguely, only from the recent phone call.
Okay, this is Jenny Matrix's Twitter page. Okay, this is the front page of it. Where's the frickin' search bar? No, hang on.
I have the video paused to keep my thing from stalling out. Sorry, I've just got audio right now. I've got audio and I can see chat.
Oh, you're reading chat. Yeah, don't read chat. That's always a mistake. This is let me read to you her pinned tweet.
I'm not defending Zonia. I'm just not attacking Zonia.
Oh no, I know. I'm
not defending.
Okay, don't read chat. Just trust me.
Okay.
Just trust me. Okay. It's hard not to, but it will drive you mad.
All right.
So this is Jenny Matrix, who Brianna Wu retweeted, saying all of the contents of their conversations was based. Had a picture of me on it, by the way. It's why it's etched in my memory.
I saw the meme.
Yes.
I'm gonna be honest. I thought it was kind of a funny meme, although I understand that not all the things in the
under
conversation
other circumstances, I think it would have been very funny. Alas, so this is Jenny Matrix's pinned tweet. It's been so since September 16th. Non-binary is not a real thing. Transgender is a meaningless category. Self-ID is a terrible idea. That's a policy question, so you're allowed to have that opinion. If you're not transsexual, you are not trans. Most trans activism is a complete joke. The trans movement has been hijacked and subverted by gender abolitionists. So that's a bit of a problem. Now I'm going to read to you, just very quickly, just be patient with me for a moment while I scroll down. I have been tweeting way too much, but I'm going through media, so it shouldn't take me too long. Here we go. Okay, I think I'm almost there. I think I've almost found it. Bear with me. Everybody stay cool.
We're doing all right.
Okay.
Chat, like if you haven't liked, sub if you haven't subbed.
That's the spirit.
Also, do the same for Keffals. Keffals is pretty cool. Do the same for Vosh. Same for Des.
Look, Vosh has enough publicity. Okay, he doesn't need this. Okay, so this is here. I'm going to pop it on screen. I won't. Actually, I'll make myself smaller. There we go. Okay. Media posts. Boom. There we go. Let's make that smaller. So, I'm gonna make myself smaller too. So these are the posts in question. This is one of the reasons why I have a fairly different read on this. And I'm probably gonna actually use the paint one instead because I think that's gonna capture.
I can't see, so I will need an audio description as though I were hearing impaired. But
yeah, well, I'm gonna read it for you.
Okay, cool.
So this is the second set of screenshots that I published. Look, I'm just speaking honestly here. She's responding to Jenny Matrix here, who has just said, these people have spent the last 30 years using our struggle as a sort of legitimate front to push their ideology with no regard for our struggles. That's Jenny Matrix, the one who I just read the tweet from. Brianna Wu replies, look, I'm just speaking really honestly here. Heterodox Takes, that's her Twitter handle. Probably too honestly. But now I recognize leftist culture was always going to take us here. I said nothing about the BLM riots because I didn't want the trouble. And I said nothing when tankies started taking over the party because I didn't want trouble. And I said nothing when they took over trans stuff and said you didn't need to have dysphoria to be trans. And I'm looking at where we are, and it's just like, my silence led us here. All of ours did. We did it with great intentions, but if we don't stop this bullshit, leftism will die. I think because I'm old enough to remember when we moved away from transsexual, I'm a bit more nuanced. You have to remember daytime TV was obsessed with the sex in transsexual, so it was trying to water that down. I do think that as transgender doesn't mean anything clinically anymore, it makes sense to bring it back. And this is clearly referring to transsexual with specified sexual characteristics being the focal point of the identity. So the problem I'm running into is not that she has bad opinions in private. It's not that she was mean to certain people. These are all things unbecoming of a public figure or of an organizer or representative of the trans community. It's not even necessarily that that these override her statements to the effect, I unequivocally support non-binary people. That's a step below this. The issue that I have is that what she's doing is, in the same way she is organizing with people in Destiny Sphere to go out and canvas, she's organizing with other streamers also in Destiny Sphere to coordinate to squeeze out non-binary advocacy and transgender advocacy from the trans movement. And I think that is actually a deeply serious thing. That's actually a
I do want to say that
betrayal.
Non-binary inclusion is very important to me.
I agree.
I know that that's like, it may not, it's not, of course I'm going to say that, but I fucking mean it. So I do mean it. Right?
No. And to be clear, for anyone watching as well, like I think I'm going to assume, based upon your reception of me reading this, that you're not super intimately familiar with the contents of these leaks, anyways.
I'm fairly familiar. Like I've heard that before, and I have. How do I frame this? Are you?
Okay.
What's that?
No, please.
I do think that there are times when it feels like
it's too late. My people have found you. I've stalled you long enough.
What's happened?
Oh, I'm just hearing the sirens in the background.
Oh yeah. Oh no. I've been made. Um. So I think that trans men and trans women and non-binary people, whether or not they are trans, my understanding is there are now non-binary people who consider themselves trans that are distinguishing themselves from non-binary people who do not consider themselves trans. That actually kind of makes sense to me. All have um, experienced the existing prejudices in our culture differently. And I think that
Be careful.
sometimes
I'm gonna recommend. I'm gonna stop you right there. I'm gonna recommend to be really careful there for the simple reason.
Yeah, I'm trying to be careful.
Oh no, I understand, but I think there's a point that you're missing right now. Just
Okay.
in that first statement.
What's that?
I think you're well meaning. I may get caught up. So one of the issues with people like Doe, for instance, and one of the reasons why people are drawing an anti-NB sentiment from the anti-neo pronouns discourse.
I think that's inaccurate, but let's keep going. Let's hear. Let me hear you out.
Oh, I mean, she agrees it's madness with neopronouns. She's explicit.
Oh, I think it's inaccurate to extrapolate skepticism about neopronouns into anti-NB discourse. I know many NBs who do not use neopronouns and do not
here's the rub.
Them to be a neopronoun.
Here's the catch though. Here's the catch. So the reason why Doe uses its pronouns is precisely because the binary itself does not fit into their identity. Now, is Doe therefore not trans? Well, no. What we're seeing here is a limitation of the term trans. It's in itself a little bit outdated because it's sort of...
Au contraire. I'm going to take a stand here. All right.
No, but we're just very quickly. Let me finish the thought before you, and then I'll let you reply.
Okay.
So, in a sense, and I say this in a very caring way because I don't think it's totally outdated, but in a sense, the trans language, it's implicit in the language itself. It's talking about a movement, and it's a movement between points in a binary, right? Not points in a binary, but between sides of a binary.
I think
if we're moving,
difficulty.
Sorry,
I think we're encountering a linguistic difficulty because I think that transgender is being trans relative to gender.
True, but being
trans,
even someone who identifies as transsexual, though, they are still recognizing a discrepancy between their gender identity
relative to sexuality and their framing, which is again, we don't have time for Butler tonight. We can only do so much, and Butler takes a lot of energy. So Demon Mama's quote describing Doe in her response to all this, I transcribed it because I was asking questions in your chat, and I thought I thought Demon Mama said that Doe was not human, and that was my understanding. And then she showed up in your chat, so I asked her, and she said that's not what I said. So then I went back and reread or listened to what she said again. So here's my transcription of it. I may have gotten a word wrong, but I think this is accurate. Doe feels as though the structure of gender as it currently exists leads to a persistent dehumanization of people. Dehumanization of people, of all people.
Down with you.
And that the structure of humanity as we understand it is that it is completely and utterly fraught with mistreatment, that basically the capricious social structures that exist as they are now strip humanity away at will. They treat animals badly. They treat humans that are not, quote, the right type of human.
I'm sorry, Demon Mama. No, sorry, continue.
And, quote, incorrectly. And so Doe uses its pronouns because of the result of perpetually feeling alienated from humanity and taking it upon itself and saying, okay, so I am inhuman. So I am.
Yes.
I don't count as part of your club. That is my strength. I am a living being with feelings.
I was there for that. It was a great
rights.
Thing. But so
if you don't consider me a human, then I am an animal. Then I am whatever. Then I am it. That is fine. Sure. I support that, and I will use the pronouns that Doe wants used because I respect its request. That is a political statement. That is using pronouns as a way of articulating a political stance. That is totally legit, and it's something they're allowed to do, and it is different from being transgender, which I understand Doe also is. I could say that in order to know that Jesus is God, anytime somebody refers to me, they have to be using the pronoun servants to remind them that Jesus is God. I am allowed to do that. I could ask people to do that and respect it, and it would be kind of dickish if they didn't do that to my face. It's also not transgender.
Okay, so here's the problem. So you're correct, because I, as a cis person, could also make the same political statement as Doe in that context.
Thank you for recognizing that, because that's one thing that's been driving me crazy.
But here's where you're wrong. Don't get too excited. Here's where you're wrong, though. If there is implicit in any identity that refers to the binary a contradictory leveraging of that binary as the basis of the identity, and if we simultaneously acknowledge that gender and sex are not intrinsically linked, then to insist upon a specific relationship to that binary to make people trans is in fact to reify that binary itself and to ultimately land back into a medicalist stance. Because fundamentally, at the end of the day, all you have done is you have changed the definition of man and woman from being penis bearer or vagina bearer to vagina or penis bearer of the spirit or something. That's the problem.
I just like that phrase a lot. Let me think about that for a second.
It's like Hegel said, spirit is not a bone.
Okay.
Oh, I'm so stupid. Okay.
So I'm processing this in terms. So I've been talking to other trans friends about this. None of us are monoliths, but I just so that people understand that this is something that I've been trying to consider fully, and like I'm trying to work my way around this.
Look, I think can I be honest with you? So
sure.
My first exposure to Doe was during the RGR discourse, and my chat asked me similar questions because I was like, "What idiots? So that's kind of weird. I don't really like this. That seems kind of because like when you're not used to this, people use idiots to refer to."
Well, it's not even that I don't like it. I didn't like it at first. I mean,
well, I didn't. I
was
was hard on the side of don't like it. So I understand people having discomfort about that. And to Doe's credit, Doe is extremely generous with people who fail to do so. I accidentally don't use Doe's pronouns all the time, and I have to correct myself constantly just because it's not usual for me. Like that's totally fine. Because I think that you've been engaging pretty sincerely so far. The reason why I'm interrupting you is I just don't want you to be like, I don't want you to catch flack. Because
I'm trying to be as good faith as I know how to be. So.
I would strongly recommend reaching out. I don't want to put this on Doe or Dima, but I would strongly recommend actually just reaching out to those people and having a conversation with them, because I think that would be very clarifying, because it's one of those things that does take kind of work to make sense. Not because it's actually that complicated, but because it runs counter to a lot that we've been sort of raised to treat as intuitive. And that goes for us woke folk as well, because we still carry a lot of this baggage.
I think it's I'm not against that. I'm not saying no. Yeah. I do think it's important,
realizing how incredibly condescending that suggestion was, but
and I'm trying to be respectful to all parties to the best of my ability, and I also know sometimes I while out, so maybe I say stupid things. So, bear with me as I figure all this stuff out. I do think that right now, I think that I am inclined to believe that there is a distinction between transgender and using pronouns as a means of conveying a political ideology or a political statement. I don't think that it's, like, as I said before, I think it's something you can do. I respect it. I don't have a problem with it. I think I bristled at it mildly at first, but it doesn't. I'm not like hard against it, but I do think that it is meaningfully different from transgenderism.
I would actually flip it. I would say that actually trans identities. Now we encounter these things in reverse order, so it doesn't seem that way. We became aware of people as quote-unquote inverts at one time back when we thought that trans people were actually just a form of homosexual. Then we developed a more nuanced understanding later on. You're talking like way back in Kraft Ebing time, right? That's sure. Like the earliest pathologization of it. This is the first this is when like medicine first started dealing with the category, and it was not dealing with it in a, shall we say, a respectful and careful way.
It's been a rough ride.
Yeah.
it's been
but I would say actually the categorization scheme works in the opposite direction. I would say that trans is actually a specification of non-binary.
I gotta think about that.
For the simple reason that okay. Of course you can. I'm just giving my reasons. For the simple reason though that the binary itself, this is. You said you don't want to go into Butler, but this is one of the points that Butler makes.
Sure, we're gonna go. There's no way to go through this conversation.
Yeah, and this doesn't necessarily. Yeah, and this doesn't bear on like the brute facts of life in terms of like what equipment you need in order to like facilitate reproduction or something. But nonetheless, when we look at the anatomy of a quote unquote female or a male body, we don't look at these. We don't examine these first as such. with an understanding of their mechanism, and that gives rise to what we classify as male or female, we examine them having already gendered the organs in the first place.
So here's my take on Butler really quick, right? I think you're right.
Okay.
But I also think that there's a little bit of space, and I think... Okay, so my take on Butler is that she basically illustrates that gender is not an essential byproduct of nature, as demonstrated by the presence of things like intersex and all the variants that we actually see developing different expressions in nature. And we also don't see a concrete binary in practice, as illustrated by the existence of people like me, like, you know, transgender women. And I think she specifically references butch lesbians. I'm allowed to say that here. Also, I'm a lesbian, so I can say that anyways. But and femboys and whatnot. So I think that's a really great move to demonstrate that it doesn't exist wholly in either category. Personally, and I feel like I'm probably going to get a bunch of spam, I think it exists partially in both categories. I have never talked to a trans woman who has expressed that there was a social experience or social circumstance that trans them. There was never a moment or a process that they can say, this is the thing that led to me.
Oh, well, careful, because Wu has encountered one. That's Benny Carollo. That's the basis of Benny and of.
Now, I didn't say there are none. I said I've never encountered one. Okay. So I certainly believe.
Oh, you cut out again.
Because I believe that it is extremely likely that there are probably some essential and some social components that lead into the construction of our gender and our sexuality. I don't think that all people are identical, and in the same way that like people have different strength glasses, I think that the amount that their gender may feel predetermined or some essential part probably varies from person to person. Some people may very strongly identify with a certain gender sort of naturally in a vacuum, absent social pressures, although that's impossible to measure. And some people probably feel that much less so. I'm very close friends with a non-binary streamer who constantly insists that they literally don't understand gender. It doesn't make sense to them. I think that they probably instinctively feel a very different relationship with gender than the trans women I know, whom, when I discuss this type of thing with, are pretty straight up about how it does feel like it was a thing that's been in them for a long time that they were finally kind of not hiding from.
Right.
So I'm not saying you have to have dysphoria to be trans. I don't believe that. I'm not saying that all trans women have an essential thing that made them trans, and if you don't have that thing, you're out of the club. I don't believe that. I'm saying that it seems to me that some combination of both social forces and material forces result in the expressions that we see. And so I'm not a gender abolitionist, but I also don't believe that sexism is okay, or that there should be strict gender roles.
I have hope for you. Someday you'll...
I'm not calling everybody in chat who is a gender abolitionist stupid. Although, you could probably... It's not my favorite.
There's all kinds.
Yeah. I will say one thing that I think is really considering, and one of my trans friends said that gender abolition is the all lives matter of trans issues. And
no, God no.
I know that there are people who disagree, but I do think it's a thing that's kind of
here's why the analogy is really bad. Because just as all lives matter is precisely its own antithesis, because the nature of the slogan Black Lives Matter is precisely retorting to the fact that they are treated as if they don't matter, and therefore it's saying all lives matter, even Black lives. That's what that is. The all lives matter and refer to that is essentially saying no, your lives being disrupted and damaged. That's on a par in terms of our level of aggravation with you complaining about it. That's so like the analogy would be to these quote unquote transsexual advocates who are insisting that non-binary people are a distraction from the real issues of society and things like that, from the real issues of the trans community, or they're trying to usurp it or whatever. It's a delegitimization.
Dysphoria is a substantial component for many non-binary people. And it's not essential to be trans, but it is something non-binary people feel, as I understand from my conversations with them.
Because
it's horseshit to try.
Yeah, when
the same problem.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, here's the thing, right? So if we divorce gender from sex, right? That doesn't mean, like, human beings are the product of many different things. What we are not is like a reflection of some platonic form of ourselves that dictates exactly what we are at any time and place. We are the result of specific chemicals, or the result of specific experiences, specific cultures, da 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 da. And one of the things that will happen, depending on where you are, is you will identify. This is not to say it's mutable, like you will identify firmly, but you will identify with some of the categories that are made available to you.
Sure.
I conjecture that a lot of people, for example, who were slotted into the role of tomboys and just kind of lived with it, may have actually been recognized as trans men today. I think it's probably fair.
It's super interesting. It's I also think that there's people who get slotted into tomboy who are. It's really complicated, but there's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot going on there.
Oh, yeah, but the point I'm getting at though is that, well, let's say binaristic trans people, they're legitimately like men and women. They legitimately are one of these two things. That doesn't mean the categories man and woman is sort of like written in the stars, and like if you were able to take like God's eye view, there'd be a thing called man or woman as like a platonic form that people ascribe to. It's essentially cultural. It's essentially something that evolved with us either in human history or in biology, as some conjecture. We don't really take those ones super seriously.
The social is natural, and the natural is social. It's a constant interplay.
But by the same token, if we recognize that actually like gender expression and gender identity really is only contingently, and I'm contingently in a cultural sense, because we do have other cultures with other expressions, however limited like the range still is, then what we also recognize is that well, actually the type of thing that being a man or a woman is, that is actually that's not the prime. That's not the top of the cat. That's not the label of the category. That's one complementary set within an unknown range of possible expressions. And so it's not simply the case that non-binary people aren't part of the trans community. It's probably more accurate to say that trans people are actually a subsection of the non-binary community. But politically, all of them together, just as a consequence of how the history of this is unfolded, are represented as the trans community politically. That's how they exist socially right now.
I don't think that we're subsets of one another. I don't think that I think that trans mass, trans femme, and trans non-binary all exist within trans as equal components of being trans. Because like, for me, my understanding of it.
Oh no, I agree with you. Just to be clear, I agree with you, but I think there's dimensions to this. So socially, when we talk about who fits into the trans community as like a socially recognized community, non-binary people are part of the trans community. When we talk about what it actually means to be non-binary, or what it actually means to be a part of a binary, and what these things actually are, I think philosophically, I think trans is a subset of the non-binary community. I think that's a breakaway from the sex gender binary essentialism that sort of
I disagree.
Characterizes
I
the
hear
last
your
2,000
claim.
years of history.
I respect your claim. I don't agree.
Okay.
But I'll think about it.
All right.
I think that, to me, like, I don't feel non-binary. I feel like a lady. I don't feel like I. Yeah,
oh well, like, what I'm saying. Okay, just to be very clear, I'm not saying that no, you are actually under an illusion about being a woman. You're actually non-binary. What I'm saying is that non-binary is not a specification. So being a woman is a specification. Like, you're a woman. What I'm saying though is that because trans identities fundamentally involve a breaking away from the binary itself, that's sort of a condition of their being possible. Is precisely that. That's what the trans is.
I'm trying to think if I follow you on that claim, because
sure.
I don't know that me expressing as a woman is breaking away from the binary. I think that I think it's way better to express it to describe it as a polarity than a binary.
Well, I think it's. I don't think it's
in my conception of gender. It's more so. If you want to understand how I think about it.
Well, I'm just trying to work out how that works in my head. But it seems tangential to what I'm actually saying. So what I'm actually saying is. Oh, I'm sorry. Go on. You go first.
So for me, I see gender as basically like a polarity. And it seems like there's sort of a gravitational forces at the ends, and there's kind of a gravitational force in the middle, and that people seem to get attracted to a locus and I don't think that like it's like A, B, or C. I think there's people who are kind of exist around the all along the spectrum and tend to cluster in places. Does that make any sense?
It does. So here's my counter to that. So when we're talking about the location of these two poles, that is going to be the product of a specific culture's history. So we associate man with these specific organic features, these specific social positions, woman with these, etc., etc. Now, when we're talking about trans people, what we recognize is actually some of these things can be broken apart from each other.
But the question is, can they? Because we never actually exist outside of culture. So is it actually possible to essentialize this or challenge this in a way that would be examined?
I think so, because
once that cultural context, like what does a song mean if there's no culture around it?
No, you're absolutely right. The issue is not that you don't rely on culture to make sense of these categories. The issue is that once a culture becomes self-aware in that sense, it's aware of its own contingency and the fact that some of these things aren't given by nature, they were created by human beings, and they could be otherwise. It then becomes inappropriate to treat these. This is actually this is
Just
what
really quick. Night Aiko, Star should have ridden harder for you, and I gave her flag. Okay.
Good. You needed one win tonight. No. But shoot, what was I? Yes, got it. Okay. Once a culture is aware that certain of its foundational elements, shall we say, are configured in a way that is contingent and not necessary. Even if it is the case that people can still align with it and live within it and identify it in a very strong sense with it, nonetheless you can recognize that we can actually admit of maybe different configurations of this than what's been handed down to us. And I think at that point, because once again, when you're talking about when I was talking about a breaking away, I wasn't talking about a breaking away of gender from culture. I was talking about within culture, a breaking away of organic components from social components at multiple levels, even at the level of the social recognition of the identity of some organs as male or female, right? So I think at that point, because that is a condition of being trans, because if it's simply the case that you are a woman if you have these body parts and you're a man if you have these body parts, then the whole thing goes out the window. We're not talking about trans people anymore. We're talking about people who are mistaken about their identities, and we don't agree. I think we're both in agreement that that's a wrong-headed statement.
Legos. I agree with you.
Exactly.
It's not just which blocks have the outing parts and which blocks have the inning parts.
Exactly. I think when we're talking about non-binary as a category, what we're talking about fundamentally is the range of possible expressions that are simply not chained to this particular configuration, this particular set.
So here's where I think that my experience is increasingly causing me to believe that there's maybe multiple categories within non-binary that haven't been well articulated yet.
Probably. The unicorns are still sorting some stuff out.
Yeah, we're really gay. There's complicated things happening. But my understanding is that it seems like there are non-binary people who don't really have a problem with the idea of the spectrum. They just kind of see them.
You're cutting out a little bit, just a heads up.
My understanding is that there are some non-binary people who really have a problem with the idea of the spectrum. They just see themselves in the middle of it. And there are other non-binary people who don't see themselves as a part of that spectrum. And I think it's important to recognize both of those things, but not ascribe the beliefs of one to the others.
Well, this is why I think actually non-binary as an overarching category of all of these is actually the way to go, because there are going to be, just as there are people who identify within the binary, there are going to be trans people who just are women. There's as much a woman as Marilyn Monroe. There's no caveats there. It's an incident of history that they had to do some things in order to present in the way they felt comfortable with, but they are women. Those exist. Those are real people. Even if you deny the essentiality of the gender binary, there are still going to be people who identify in accordance with the gender binary. Simultaneously, the gender binary can be stretched a little bit or reconfigured to be a spectrum between two poles, right? And it can emit of sort of range. So more woman, a little bit this thing, you have a range, and it's awkward.
I definitely think that they're being counted.
Yes, and some people who are non-binary are going to be comfortable with that, and then some non-binary people are going to be no poles. I defy the entire binaristic framework categorically.
It seems to me that,
but all of them All of them
Okay.
involve various degrees of moving away from the binary itself. At some level of analysis, they
I
all
see.
are.
I would say that the first things that we described are all talking about themselves in relation to a spectrum or a polarity or whatever. And then the last category seemed to be actually a different thing. Because it seems like for the trans men, the trans women, and let's call them non-binary classic, we'll use Coke, New Cloak. No, that sounds bad because then we're creating a different type of hierarchy. But I think you know what I mean. It seems like there are a group of people that are establishing themselves in relation to a shared understanding of a gender spectrum. And there is also a group of people that are trying to articulate themselves independent of any of that shared meaning. And none of it is bad, all of it is okay. But that's my current phase of understanding. And it will almost certainly change.
Now to wrap this up, just to recapitulate the actual problem we were addressing before the more interesting conversation happened.
Vote Biden.
Also good. Also good. I mean, I can't vote Biden, but thank you. It's a good sentiment nonetheless.
If you're a U.S. listener, vote Biden.
So the issue I think, which is an important one for the leaks, is not Wu's opinions on non-binary people. It's that in that context, she is specifically motivating and declaring her motivation as well. People to take back the helm, so to speak, from non-binary people. And the problem there is that runs directly contrary to her public statements, which means that she is attempting to mislead non-binary people into supporting someone who is acting actively against their interests. That's my read on that.
I think that's
respectfully, I think it's almost impossible to read something different from that.
I don't, because I think that there's probably a difference between being non-binary and, for example, adopting pronouns in order to articulate a political philosophy.
Well, what about transgender people? She mentions those as well in the same vein.
It's
not just non-binary people; it's also transgender people. Now, I consider them both part of the same category. But she also says transgender people. She's very explicit. She wants us to return to transsexual.
I have no anxiety that Brianna Wu turning out canvassers is going to lead to a large scale change in the way that the gender paradigm is perceived or enacted politically in the United States. If I thought that she had that kind of power, I may be more inclined to dissect this commentary at a more granular level.
Well, maybe not that kind of power, but what about this?
I don't think that we're really in that realm.
But what about this? One of the things Brianna Wu does is she manages a PAC. And what that involves is she allocates monetary resources to ad campaigns. And sometimes one of the things she's done is she's given money to streamers. What if, as a consequence of her positions on these things, she makes it a little bit more financially viable for, let's say, transmedicalist or anti-non-binary or anti-transgender streamers to build their career and become self-sustaining? Because that's like...
What do you think she means by transgender? Because I
think what she means by transgender are people who identify strictly in terms of social and psychological terms, outside perhaps even of dysphoria. Because she's very...
Has anybody heard about what happened at Grace Hopper this year?
I'm not familiar. You'll have to enlighten me.
So Grace Hopper is the largest female and non-binary tech conference that happens annually. This year, it was overrun by people claiming to be non-binary who appeared to be traditional cis men. And that has never happened before. This came up.
I'm sorry. I was reading something and it didn't quite click exactly. Can you state it one more time? My apologies.
So the largest annual tech conference for women and non-binary people in tech this year was overrun by people identifying as non-binary and presenting to all appearance as cis men who claim to be non-binary to get into a prestigious conference.
Pause right there for a second. Just a point of clarification. What does it mean for a non-binary person to present as a cis man?
So it appears that they were cis men who were claiming to be non-binary in order to get access.
Okay.
Like people who never in any other circumstance claimed to be non-binary, and then for the purpose of attending this event made the claim so that they could gain access.
What was their purpose for gaining access? Do we know?
It is a prestigious tech conference, and the tech market has crunched, so people are desperate for connections with potential.
But it's particularized to trans and non-binary people.
So the conference was originally just women, and then it became
women and non-binary people.
And yeah, and this is the first time that they've had this problem. I don't have a clear solution. It seems that people have exploited the existing
Well, I mean,
system.
funnily enough, Destiny identified as non-binary a little while ago as well.
I know, and that's pretty fucking funny. Like, if there ever was a trans trender, it may have been our boy Tiny. But putting that aside, I
look,
think
look,
that seeing things like this.
Look, I hear you.
Race,
like,
I don't have clear answers to this, so I'm not trying.
No, I understand. I get where you're going. If you don't mind me just kind of budging in there. Lauren,
without a firm conclusion, because I don't have one.
I'm not
sure I could defend it. So I'm just, I'm trying.
Which is fair. Okay. I'm not gonna butt your head off.
Cool.
So Lauren Southern did the same thing. There was a famous incident where she was talking to someone on the street, and I think she had actually legally changed her identity to man, and she was using that to put the person on the back foot. Like, they don't know what to do. It's like, oh shoot, I just misgendered someone on screen. That's really bad. I'm very sorry, and it made the person very awkward. Like, that's a deeply disingenuous thing to do. Like, I'm not going to deny that the nature of identities as such, as soon as like they aren't tied to something that a third party can verify. Because the nature, even dysphoria, like, for example, the nature of dysphoria is that it's a personal psychological thing that you feel on the inside. It's not a thing that you can actually diagnose with a microscope.
Yeah, there's no dysphorometer.
Yeah. Now there's something you might notice where I'm going with this, just mentioning that as well. Like, obviously, of course, anybody can lie about these things, and anybody can abuse, for example, things that are meant to include people of categories that are identified primarily by first person avowal.
And there's always gonna be bad. This is the first time though that I've seen en masse this being exploited, which is why. And like, I learned about this today because I was talking to a friend about this conversation earlier, and she was like, "Holy crap! I'm usually like really, I don't know, this just happened and I hate it." Because so one of my friends really hates gatekeeping because she felt like that she came out much later than she would have absent any kind of gatekeeping. And so she's like really hostile to it internally, intrinsically. And I think that's a pretty good instinct. And then she saw this article and she was like, oh my God, this is pretty weird. This seems like a significant volume of people simultaneously.
Yeah. So look,
so again.
Yeah, no. I recognize that that's at the very least, even if we have no way to determine that this is actually what happened, because I don't think that we do. We're relying on the reports of the people involved necessarily. It's a possibility. Okay, it's at the very least not outside the realm of like what people can do if they're cynical enough. The problem I'm having here, though, is that
Lauren Southern did it. We know one person has done it.
We know at least one person did it. I don't know if that's what Destiny was doing, but like, leaving all that aside, it's a possibility. That being a problem aside, not aside actually. That being a problem does not obviate the very real issue of, for the people who are those things, who are really those things.
Yeah, absolutely.
If we have
in any way discount their real experiences.
Well, no.
The desperate need to include them in our project. I'm not in any way saying therefore fuck NBs. I'm not saying that.
I'm not implying you're saying anything. This is coming back to my statement.
Sure.
Yes. If they
are, make sure that for chat understands that I'm not trying to be.
I will make sure that chat. I've been very clear. Do not insult the guests. Okay, mods, don't be like too trigger happy, but like, police them. This is not a democracy. Be that as it may, that doesn't really change the situation for non-binary or transgender people or whoever who are being essentially told, go along with this project through which the organizer apparently wishes to see you squeezed out. And this, by the way, like, Cenk Uygur also made an appearance on the same rooftop with Vosh and Destiny with Rokana, right? Cenk Uygur's been pushing for the same thing. He wants the weirdos, quote unquote, to be squeezed out for the sake
I'll
of
be
it.
honest, I can't stand
they're
anything
shit.
that happens on TYT.
But they have a
It makes my blood boil.
no, but they have a thing in common with Wu though, in that they both, for the sake of electoralism, they both want the weirdos to be pushed out so that we look more appealing to a mainstream audience. I think that's gravely mistaken on tactical grounds. I don't think we're going to argue about that necessarily. But
I don't want to push the weirdos out. I'm a weirdo, so that's not my goal.
Well, me too. So that's a problem, because that is not even just a betrayal of her public statements. That's a betrayal of what she says her mission is. When people are supporting Wu, what they have learned is they are supporting someone who doesn't want to see their interests determine the direction of advocacy. In fact, she wants some of them to not be advocated for at all. Once again, to return to my experience, the way I feel
like that's an overstatement of it.
It's not, because the reason why. Well, hang on. Just one second. Sure. The reason why I cottoned onto this myself personally, because I don't swim in these circles. Okay, I'm not a big Keffals viewer. I don't know if you know that about me. But one of the ways that I found out about this is I was having a conversation without Wu present. She was not a factor in the conversation. Another person was also, another non-binary person, by the way, was having that conversation. She came in to stop the conversation, to tell us that it was a waste of time. This was what she was invested in. The conversation we were having was explaining to people that, no, it is pronouns and not part of a degradation fetish.
I'll say I would not be shocked if her first... one thing I'm wondering, because I hear in this, right?
Yes.
Her position has moved. And I know my position moves on things, and I know other people's positions move on things. If her position has moved, I think it's important that we respect that. If it hasn't, then we don't have to.
I think if somebody says something in public, says something contrary in private to a party of people who are hostile to the people you said the public thing to, when found out about it, apologizes, but then changes their tune and retweets stuff validating the stuff that she was apologizing for afterwards by one of those people, I think at that point you would have to be extraordinarily naive to retain trust in that person.
Remember I said I wasn't going to take a firm stance, so if you're trying to get us to a place where I'm going to take a firm stance on this...
I require nothing of you. This is just my Braveheart speech to cap it off, so I come across stronger.
Okay, cool. It is your channel, so...
But in all seriousness, it's been a lovely conversation. Thank you.
I've enjoyed this sincerely.
Yeah.
I hope that chat found this at least entertaining, if not enlightening, and I hope that we got some interesting, valuable ideas that can be considered. Generally, I don't like Cenk Uygur. I think it was great that he was there, because I believe in coalition building. I think that it's important to work together on the things that we do agree on, and to work together for the protections that we can get in place. Non-binary protections are important to me. I do think we should hold our leadership to high standards. I also think that we shouldn't squander things that can advantage us to the extent that we could get value out of it, which doesn't necessarily mean that it goes unchecked or uncritical, but like mediocre people should be allowed to contribute to their full mediocre potential. Is that
cheers.
Is
all
that
right.
adequate? Okay, thank you so much.
Is there somewhere people can find you, or are you just a lurker?
No, I'm just a chatter. I'm a chatter. And I enjoy people. They can find me maybe in your Discord. With your Discord, that's not like a bad place to.
Okay. You know, and I saw you're in Keffals space as well. All right. Well, it's been a pleasure. Take care. This has been
pleasure. Thank
Glitter
you so
Bell.
much for allowing me to have this conversation. Yeah, I really appreciate it.
Yeah. By all means, let's have it again sometime. Take care.
Thank you much. Have a great evening. Bye, everybody.
I think that went well. That was interesting. All right, I'm going to run to the washroom, and then we're going to get into the main course, which is probably going to be the shortest part of tonight, but I'll be right back. Sunday, some folks in your chat have suggested I read Butler. Beyond this, do you have other reading suggestions on this topic? Off the top of my head, the Butler responds a lot to The Second Sex by Simone de Beauvoir. Highly recommend that one, but that's long, significantly longer, and you'll get a lot of de Beauvoir from Butler. I think also Sally Haslanger's Resisting Reality would be worthwhile. You know who the person to ask would actually be? Ambrose. I'll pass along your question to him in the server. You've read a lot of Simone de Beauvoir, really? That's interesting. Wouldn't have guessed. Would you read Ethics of Ambiguity, or when will you debate Hawes again? You call it a debate? That was miserable. Why do you want more of that? That was probably the worst engagement of my life. It was so boring. Because it was just an endless spiral of incoherence. Alright. Okay. It's 11:45. Oh, I forgot I didn't start at like a crazy late time tonight, so it's actually not super insanely late. Nice. Oh, that feels good, actually. I was wondering, why am I not so tired? I usually feel exhausted. And the reason why is because I'm not streaming at a ridiculous hour. Alright, bear with me. We want the live one. There we go. That's 6 hours ago now. Okay. So Keffals has finally waded in onto the Wu issue. She kind of had to, as we saw at the beginning. She's been the reception of her defense of Wu has not been positive. So when the Wu leaks first came out, I say it passively, but when I published them, her response was to immediately kind of downplay their contents. People didn't take this very well. We're not going to examine that too much. I haven't seen all this. I've seen bits and pieces, but Keffals went live earlier today to go over the leaks themselves and to respond to them and to talk about them with chat. There were some things I saw that I liked. At the very least, they were intelligent moves on her part. There were some things I saw that I didn't. There's one thing I saw that I really didn't like, and we'll see that at the end. But we're going to go through this with more of a fine-tooth comb. I think it's not actually crazy long. I think it's like 45 minutes of footage, so it's not gonna take crazy long to do. But oh, I'm still small. I need to fix that a little bit. There we go. We're looking at some fine text here, so I'm going to keep this a little bit bigger than me than usual. A little bit more bigger than me than you. I don't know. My brain's fried after that conversation. That was a good conversation, though. I actually enjoyed that. It's rare that the conversations I have are fun. God, imagine if the Jake conversation could have been like that. That's what I was going for. That's what I wanted. I didn't want to tear him down. I was having a conversation with Brooks before, and we were going over some of his stuff, and you're like, yeah, you know what? No, you can reason with this guy. I'm gonna try to be, but no, he came hot right out the gate. It just wasn't good. Wasn't good. 193 viewers and 117 likes. I'm terrible at advertising, so my immediate thought is that's actually a pretty good ratio. Let's be honest. Oh, we're not watching the Soul Bunny stuff, don't worry. Soul Bunny is whack. Ricksai, thanks for the 199. Missed most of the stream, sick, but cheers. Thank you very much. Hope you get better. Hope it's not COVID. Okay, I'm going to look at Super Chats quickly. I see you have the Robert Strassler edition of Xenophon. Oh, I already answered that one. Yeah, I do. Thank you, Egil Hegel, for the $5. And then thank you again for the additional $5, Egil Hegel. Eugene Debs ran as a socialist while in prison in 1920 and won 910,000 votes, 3.6% of the popular vote. So running from prison isn't that crazy. Well, I hope so. That's going to be my strategy when I go to prison. So, okay. So, yeah. So, some point about here, she goes into the stuff. So we're just going to go through that. Ready? Here we go.
People in Catboy Ranch were pretty heated, but if there's anything that I respect about this community, it's that people were willing to actually push back and have a dialogue about it. That's awesome. I love that.
Can I level with you? This is one of the problems I have with the heads of this community. This has not been my experience. Generally, it has been my experience observing these people that if there is widespread pushback on something, you may be heard. Unless there's widespread pushback on something, the strategy is to kick you out. You just don't count. So unless there's literally a tide of controversy, that's not true. There's not a cultivation of strong dialogue in these communities, and it's unfortunate because that would be something good that Keffals could do. But my experience so far has been, and this goes all the way back. It's not good. It seems instead what's being cultivated largely is, and I want to say this, I want to be careful here. There is a strong emotional investment in the positive feedback you get from playing a part of the chat game, of responding to jokes, of posting the emojis, the stuff that leads into like the parasocial stuff, not just for the channel runner, but also for like the chat as an entity itself. And that is leveraged to silence people pretty frequently, and I don't appreciate that. Case in point, like when I had issues with Brianna Wu that she is now addressing, Keffals jumped in and accused me of harassing Wu and of hating women. Well, meanwhile, Wu was like going around place to place saying, I am criticizing her because I hate women, because I'm a misogynist. Which I will never see an apology for. I will never see a retraction of. That's just what it is. But because I don't have a tide of people behind me, that doesn't count. And same for a lot of people in the community as well. Like for instance, if there are people there who actually legitimately have an issue with Keffals suddenly networking with someone who not a year ago she was saying had been coordinating harassment against her, had been defending Kiwi Farms, which had doxed not just Keffals but also several people associated with the channel as well. I don't think they're going to be heard. Not unless there's a lot of people behind them. That has not been my general experience. So color me a little bit skeptical when we're looking at comments like this. I don't know. I don't like what I'm seeing. I've spent like a significant amount of time for the past few months, like really biting my tongue when I've seen some of this stuff, because I was seeing if like there was actually like some attempts to try to do better, but in recent, that's all kind of come down recently, to be honest. I think what we've been seeing lately is just pure cynicism, and I really dislike it. Maybe my mind will be changed over the course of this, but I'm not optimistic, judging by what I've already seen in advance. So, yeah.
I actually really like that. That's a great thing. You should be able to have a disagreement with...
Keffals made the mistake of blaming her more controversial takes on her being sick, and then she... I think you mean ended the stream suddenly because I think she realized it wasn't looking good, just my opinion. That's kind of my read as well. At the end of the day, like, you're not going to take any of these people down. If she's willing to play a ball and she's willing to, like, adjust course on this, and she's not going to defend what Wu's doing, then, I don't know, there's not really a whole lot you can do at that point. By the same token, if she's trying to defend Wu's position, as in, like, Wu's position as an influencer in the space, come hell or high water, despite this, I don't respect that very much. I think that's pretty callous. But yeah.
Someone. Like, I'm not going around, like, purging the community of people that disagree with me.
To give credit to Keffals, she's not unique in giving this line. You flatter your audience before trying to walk them back. Well, that's not giving credit to Keffals. That's actually kind of the opposite. That's a typical politician. That's not good. That's a bad thing.
After all that stuff went down, like 20 people. 20, wait, after all this stuff, 20 people got in a GC together and talked it out. Most people landed on the same page, more or less. That's awesome.
So here's the fundamental problem, right? The issue is not that Wu has bad takes on trans people, okay? The issue is not that Wu is skeptical of non-binary people. The issue is not even, and this is really bad, by the way. This reflects really bad on her as a person. But the issue is not even her pathologizing Doe. That like condemns her in my mind on a personal level. But leaving that aside, the perniciousness of this doesn't lie in her having some bad attitudes with respect to certain communities. The perniciousness is she is publicly saying, I am your advocate. I am on your side. Do the things I suggest to do, even if they seem to be against your interest, because I am calculating that it will help all of you in the long run, and it will help you more effectively than if we do otherwise. That requires you to take on faith that she has your best interest at heart, that her calculations are made with your benefit in mind. But if she is secretly going into a group chat with people who are themselves political agitators and political speakers and streamers, who are going out of their way to like really agitate against, for example, inclusion of non-binary or even transgender people in the trans movement, and she is saying, I was silent when these people took over the movement because I didn't want to cause trouble, but we need to stop this. She's actively she's not just being two-faced about who she actually cares about or who she advocates for. She's advocating against them. She's working behind the scenes to have their interests squeezed out, to not be advocate. That's really bad. That's like the biggest betrayal politically that you can engage in. And the amount of people who are on like just these insane ballet acts to defend this, it's wild to me. Nobody else would get this kind of slack. It's ridiculous. And I don't know. I really don't like it. It makes Keffals look extraordinarily cynical to me. It makes it look like her advocacy is something that can be bought. It's not a look that I like, and I think that's why a lot of people have an issue with her right now. I think that's why she's making this all of a sudden. Vosh hasn't said anything about this. To his credit, that was the wise move, okay? He's not involved. He has remained uninvolved. Keffals would have been wise to do the same, but she didn't do that. She jumped into Wu's defense. I dare not speculate why. It could have just been unwise. But she did. And she jumped to Wu's defense while Wu was, first of all, caught being disingenuous about her actual beliefs and what she's actually doing. And then second, after Wu apologized, when Wu was retweeting tweets and engaging with people, implying that no, she wasn't sorry. Actually, she's only sorry she got caught. She actually thinks those opinions are based. Actually, that's the content of the Jesse Gender, or not the Jesse Gender. Shoot, Jesse Gender's not nowhere near this bad. Good God, Jesse Gender's a jerk for other reasons, but she's an angel compared to these people. Jenny Matrix. She was retweeting the Jenny Matrix meme, saying this is the most base thing in the world, referring specifically to the statements she was ostensibly apologizing for. This isn't a person who's sorry. This is a person who's a chameleon. She presents as whoever she's trying to appeal to in the moment, and she thinks you're so stupid that she'll do it right in front of you. That's incredible to me that you would let that slide. Is Wu paying streamers? I mean, she's definitely paid some streamers. I don't know who she's paying right now. I don't exactly have the numbers on that. But this is what she does. That's what a PAC is for. It's for allocating money for electoral propaganda and such. Like, ostensibly, the purpose of Rebellion PAC is to create, like, commercials and whatnot, right?
Sec. Why is this broken?
Because you're not in Canada anymore, never mind.
There we go.
She did sponsor 2 Wick debates, that's true. Those are neutral, though, right? Like, the issue with sponsoring the Wick debates is that it's suggestive of Wick's motives for going out to bat for her. I don't... It's at worst like a frivolous use of funds. Primarily because everybody involved, with the exception of Vosh, who was not getting paid, already had a financial incentive to do the debate anyways, and the panel before. So everybody involved would have done it regardless. The money literally affected nothing. It just made Wick like Woo more, which is interesting. But
in the VC, we'll talk about it in a sec. I think it goes to show it's actually way more productive to just talk about this stuff than to blast each other on social media forever. I mean, yeah, there's a reason why I've cut back like quite significantly on my social media presence. I think that social media, especially Twitter, it boosts outrage and it fuels division that doesn't need to happen. And I think that's why, yeah, Demon Mom is very strict with chat, not falling victim to context collapse. Yeah, it was like very frustrating when all of that stuff was going down, because I'm like, I am in a foreign country, I have COVID, and people are like...
Thank you, PDX Pleb, for the $10. How bad or good do you think Progressive Victory will do? I'll check it out if it's in my area. Hopefully they'll be able to train people well. Look, hopefully, I hope they do great, okay? Like, ultimately, at the end of the day, even if everybody involved sucks, or everybody who heads these communities sucks, and that's not true, a lot of them are great, actually. The stakes are high, and the side they're vying for is ours. And even if you disagree with how they're going about it, you still want them to win, because their loss is still our loss. It just is what it is. How good will they do? I have no idea. It's impossible to tell. I think the deep canvassing strategy is going to be catastrophically bad. I think that's a big mistake. I could be wrong. Look, if I'm wrong, brilliant. Okay, I will acknowledge that, and I will be happy. I will be pleased if it works well.
Losing their shit, and I did not have the ability to deal with any of it.
Also, can I just say, I don't like that we're talking about this in a paywalled stream. I had to pay to see this. I don't like that. I'm kind of annoyed, actually. Like this is a statement that actually really should be addressed to her whole community, and it's being addressed to her whole community who's willing to shell out. And it's kind of trashy, you know? I don't know. That just rubbed me the wrong way.
Let's see. Okay, before I get into the Brianna Wu stuff, I'll just want to say that there are 907 people watching the stream, and there are only 467 people who have liked the stream. So make sure to like the stream. It helps me out quite a bit with growing the channel. And on the topic of growing the channel has just hit 15,000 subscribers. So thank you, everyone.
No, the live stream was public. It became members only once it was a VOD. So immediately after streaming, she makes it members only. So you have to pay in order to see it if you don't catch it during the 2 hours it's up.
That's good. I'm actually
No. Look.
I miss
Paywalling.
streaming.
This is her product. Paywalling VODs is perfectly fine. The reason why I have an issue with this one in particular is because this is like it's gatekeeping something that involves a controversy between Keffals and her community. That's weird to me. It's weird to me that when you're settling a issue, like a breach of faith for a lot of people between you and your community, that you would then charge them to hear your explanation. You know, that's, I don't know.
I'm feeling
it's
a
not
lot
what I would
better
do
than I was before I started. So, depending on how talking about all the Brianna Wu stuff goes, I do have like some other stuff to go over. Oh, there was another streamer-esque video that dropped, streamer bad-esque video. I saw the video, but I'm not gonna react to it because it's like, it's legitimately like, not just are the opinions in it bad, but it's just like very poorly produced. And I cannot stand I literally just like could not watch more than 5 minutes of it. The person doing the entire video talked in an ASMR voice for some reason. I've never seen like a debate bro bad ASMR video, and I couldn't even focus. I think I fell asleep trying to watch it. It was pretty, yeah. It was pretty bad. It's ASMR weird. I saw something really aggravating. I'm not sure if this is one of the things you plan. Oh, I saw that. I'm not covering it today. But I might do it this week. I'm gonna be streaming more than I normally do, just in the next 2 weeks. Trying to get in as many streams as I can.
She's not talking about me.
I have to go back to the US. I have to go to TwitchCon. So that's going to be fun. I'm meeting up with
TwitchCon is never fun. This is a lie. TwitchCon is a boring nightmare.
Arif and Eni, and I'm trying to like get a bunch of collabs in.
TwitchCon is when you get a bunch of people whose entire job is sitting in front of a computer screen all day long, and lo and behold, they're all introverts. They all go into a loud room. They're all awkward. Just... So I'm told anyway, so I'm never going to go. I'm not on Twitch, thank God.
And with other content creators. So it'll be really fun.
She's going to collab with your favorite Twitch streamer at TwitchCon? I mean, good for her. She is setting herself up for disaster if she develops a Destiny conversation. Vosh can handle himself. Keffals? Destiny is lining her up for the slaughter. Okay? Destiny does not like Keffals. Destiny wants Keffals to fail. Destiny now has the capacity to put Keffals into a situation where she has to answer for things she is not prepared to answer for. This is going to go poorly for her. I hope she smartens up and she realizes this is not the way to go. You're not just breaking faith with your community. You are setting yourself up to be set up.
Back to the US again. I'm hoping I don't get COVID this time. That wasn't great. Wear a mask in the airport. See, but I thought wearing a mask doesn't help you not get COVID. It's about like other people, not giving other people COVID. I'm pretty sure. It's for both. Look, I'll wear the mask, whatever. I don't think I'm gonna get COVID twice though. That would be very bad luck.
That would be very bad luck.
Wear a Black Doctor mask.
Oh, they changed Patron. It's so annoying. I hate the new layout.
Oh.
What on earth?
The virus evades immunity with mutations. You'll get COVID twice. Okay, but consider this. This is the last time I'm going to the US, and then I'm hiding out in Ireland for the rest of my life. Unless I have to...
You can absolutely get COVID twice. My understanding, though, is that it's very rare for somebody to get it again within, like, I think 3 months after getting it once. Something like that. Like, still take precautions, but apparently you're relatively safe during that time.
Like, go... Dude, I have to go back for some reason. COVID won't mind me.
It's maybe shorter than I thought. We're already 10 minutes in and things have been said.
You mutated so quickly you'd get it twice in 3 weeks. We're already screwed. For both, depending on the type of mask, you can drastically reduce exposure for yourself. Masks do reduce your potential spread more.
And N95 will protect you a little bit. It's the cloth masks I understand that are not great. The cloth masks are good apparently at like stopping you from like projecting droplets into the air. I think you can still inhale. I would be surprised if they don't provide some protection though. I think it's just, I don't know. I have no idea what I'm talking about.
They protect you from others, but still be major amount. Yeah, I mean, I also don't want to give
this is a political science channel, not a medical channel. Oh, I see Demon Mom is in the chat there.
People COVID. Because COVID is pretty gay. I mean that as an insult. I think I deserve to be able to call something gay in a derogatory way if it's COVID. COVID is cringe.
Someone needs to tell Keffals that stand-up is not her forte. Cloth masks and surgical masks are not good. Surgical masks too, huh? Look, in any other context, that's just kind of like, not here, you know? I'm not touchy about it personally, but it's just not a good move. Just from a basic, like, prudential standpoint. If you're trying to explain to your audience what went down with you defending somebody who's a public figure who was saying slurs against a group of people, don't start joking about slurs. Not the time. Do it another time, you know? I don't think that particularly matters, but someone will latch onto that.
Okay. Let me,
Alright, come on, let's get to it. Please.
Let me get the, we just watched the... Well, why is everyone saying 1 and 2? I don't know what's going on.
I know.
Oh, there was a poll. I didn't even fucking see it. I'm like so sick right now, but we're good.
One of the things I hate about this, and I really hate about it, is very transmedicalist posts by her brought up, and she waves them away saying she had COVID brain. That's not an excuse. I'm sorry. It doesn't work that way. If you write coherent sentences in defense of a coherent position, and they happen to rub people the wrong way, and then you get kicked, and then you get pushback from it, that doesn't. You're not allowed to just say, "Oh, I was a little bit dreary at the time," especially when it took a massive amount of people unfollowing you and pushing back on you for you to acknowledge that. That's not cool. Okay, you got to plan out your weaseling out of things a little bit better than that. Oh, this is so boring. Keffals, please, just...
I'm about ready to get into the Brianna Wu stuff.
Oh,
I guess I'll do like a plug.
Okay,
if you would like to support the stream and all of the streamery stuff that I'm going to be doing in Vegas, consider subscribing on keffals.gg. Or if you are one of the members of the CIA who is currently grooming me into being an asset, consider gifting a bunch of subs. I'd appreciate it.
Oh, and by the way, those stupid, useless people who keep going after Keffals for the goddamn Noodles book. You are the bane of everyone's existence who is actually trying to hold people to account for serious stuff. Why do I bother? They don't care.
Okay. The heck?
I hate everyone now.
Wait.
I'm gonna start my own party.
Hold on a sec.
The get rid of everyone party. Just everybody.
Just setting things up right now. Do. Do. Yeah, okay. I'll get into this in a sec, and then afterwards, depending on how I feel, I think I'm good to go. I think I can cover all the things that I needed to cover today. Okay. So...
Okay. These are the tweets. This is Brianna Wu immediately after the DMs got leaked. A few things. Some group DMs got leaked tonight and were selectively chosen to paint a completely false narrative about me not respecting non-binary people. If you read our whole group chat, you'd see comments from me talking about how I think non-binary people are experiencing real pain. And even though I don't understand it, they deserve respect. I can't really read that. And I even said they need more healthcare when it's what it said. This is why you should be very suspicious of things selectively edited by people with an axe to grind. It's like, I respect non-binary people. Anyone that says otherwise is lying. My record is nothing but allyship. Was. We'll see. I think Keffals is going to bring up the actual screenshots. Hopefully she'll contradict them.
Well, while I was in the U.S., a bunch of stuff happened with Brianna Wu. And now I'm going to cover everything that happened and give my thoughts, because I know that people have really wanted to hear what I have to say about all of this, and some people, I think, got the wrong impression on how I reacted to this at the time.
It's because you defended
So
it.
I'm going to start off. The minute I left, the world went into chaos. It was further proof I need to stay in Ireland, because when I leave Ireland, things get crazy. I am literally staying here for the greater good of humanity. Okay. So, I'm gonna start off with her apology and then like get into everything that happened, all of the leaks. A few things. Some group DMs got leaked tonight and were selectively chosen to paint a completely false narrative about me not respecting non-binary people. If you read our whole group chat, you'd see comments from me talking about how I think non-binary people are experiencing real pain. And how, even though I don't understand it, they deserve respect. I also said they need more healthcare. This is why you should be very suspicious of things selectively edited by people with an axe to grind. They're not going to show you the parts that don't fit their agenda.
So her immediate apology was to lie about its contents and to say that they were selectively edited to paint a false narrative. This is the immediate apology.
I respect non-binary people. I will call you by whatever pronouns you prefer, and I'll vote for whatever politician that will give
And
you
you can see how early this was caught, because notice there are no retweets. There's only like 10 likes on these. Like, this is very fresh. This has only been up for 2 minutes.
more rights. Anyone saying otherwise is lying. My record is nothing but allyship.
Keffals blamed the leaker for this? What? No way. No way she did.
So continues with part 4 of this apology. I was also caught making some spectacularly unkind comments about another woman's fashion choices. I don't know what to tell you. This is what women do. I'm not proud of it.
This is a line that Keffals jumped on to defend. She said, "This is how you know trans women are women. This is what women do. They call trans women transvestites in a group chat full of trans medicalists who are openly expressing, to put it very delicately, a high degree of skepticism that the trans woman in question is not just a man faking it to promote their OnlyFans." In addition to this, in those original screen caps, do I still have that up, or was I stupid and did I put them away? Do I have to find them again? I have to find them again. Bear with me one moment. I'm going to pull them up on the screen. Oh, God, I'm so dumb. Okay, so I'll go here at media. This one's earlier though, so we should be able to find this one. Oh, actually, you know what? I think we just refer here, not to that. I think we just refer here to the awful spread I had. Oh, good lord. Yeah, here we go. Okay. So I think we just look here. So we go zoom, 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 zoom. So when we look at here, we look at Benny's coverage. Let me. So when we look here, we we have the comment, the transvestite comment by Wu. And then we have, what's, oh, it might be the other one. Yeah, I think it's the other one. Hang on, 1 sec. There's a point where she asks the chat how they came to realize they were trans. And I'm certain I put it on here. It'd be odd if I didn't. I think it's this one. Can I ask a real question? Yeah, here we go. When did y'all know? So this is in the context of them talking about Benny learning she was trans through what advertisers apparently. You can't really trust these people to give an accurate representation of this, but through what advertisers were targeting her. This is the one on the right, on the far right here. This is a line of conversation that Zonya has been really hammering in on Twitter recently, where she would argue that as a consequence of the manner in which Benny came to understand her identity, that therefore she's actually just lying. She's a man who's in drag to get clicks and to get internet bucks. This is the same person from whom Brianna Wu takes her take from about Doe as pathological. She's actually very explicit here when she talks about how, God, I really did a terrible job of ordering these. I think it's because I thought they were in order, and when I clicked them down I was doing it quickly so that they wouldn't be deleted. Here. So, Void Zonya started a shitstorm last night. Doe came up and I repeated your very plausible position that it pronouns are about a degradation fetish. So Void Zonya is actually informing Wu's theory, so to speak, on this matter and on similar matters. So for Wu to be asking that question in this context, with respect to Benny in particular, following comments about how Benny came to understand her identity, that's incredibly suspect. So that's the thing there. So this is not a statement about fashion when she is saying to this community in particular that that Benny is transvestite presenting. She is saying it to a community that actually actively tries to promote the idea that people like Benny aren't actually trans. They're actually men, which is extremely transphobic. It would be extremely bad for a private individual to do this. This is a public figure, a former congressional candidate, who is trying to influence how trans activists organize or don't organize. So it's not good. It is not good at all.
So I defended her. And I want to...
What's wrong with the degradation fetish, by the way? That's not the question. The question is whether it's appropriate to conjecture publicly, in front of someone's partner no less, whether or not their identity is actually the product of something you have construed as shameful. That's the problem. She also was mocking or making very demeaning insinuations about Doe's line of work.
to give some context on why I defended Brianna Wu.
Okay, so this is Keffals' defense. When she sees this, when she sees Brianna Wu saying that Doe's identity is plausibly a degradation fetish, agreeing with people, neopronouns, that's insanity, don't support that. When she says, I was silent when the transgenders and the non-binaries took over the movement and BLM, when she sees all of this, when she sees Benny being called a transvestite, Keffals' immediate response is, I've been out as trans for almost 13 years, and I guarantee most people outraged by this God damn it. Most people outraged by this have a private account. You're in public, Keffals. Come on, like a little bit of editing here. Somewhere on Twitter where they are saying worse. The real proof trans women are women is how catty they are to each other. Which is effectively saying is, this is nothing, this is normal. All of you this is a totally normal thing for a political public figure to do, for an advocate to do. You're being hysterical. Simmer down. That's what she's saying. And then she says, just to clarify, I agree those DMs are good. Like, it's just downplaying immediately. It would have been better to say nothing. She could have just said nothing. That would have been the smart thing to do.
I was traveling in a foreign country and I had COVID. And I didn't actually look into all of the things that were said and literally assumed that this was all just women being catty in
What? Hang on, let me hear that again.
I was traveling in a foreign country and I had COVID. And I didn't actually look into all of the things that were said.
But you knew about the transvestite one. That's the first one, surely. This doesn't take a tremendous amount of savvy to understand. You were looking at a trans advocate who is actively highlighting public trans people for ridicule, using their identity as the object of ridicule. In a group of people that explicitly are together for the sake of denying people like Benny's identity. That's not good. And if you responded reflexively to downplaying something somebody said without looking into it, that's also not good. That's also not good. And moreover, just to clarify, I agree that those DMs are not good. So you've looked at the DMs. There weren't that many. The important ones that I published as slides, there were only 3 slides, and each one was comprised of, I think, only about 3 slides each. One of them was only 2. So you expect me to believe that you read exactly 2 of those, just decided arbitrarily that these were fine and normal, which is something of a self-report, because no, I don't regard that as normal. I don't have such messages with people. And just went about doing PR damage control for Wu against your community. How is that acceptable? Like, why are there still people defending this? I'm astonished, honestly.
And literally assumed that this was all just women being catty in a group.
Exactly, Lapsarian Giraffe. Who among us has not defended ragingly transphobic comments sight unseen because sickies, exactly.
Group chat. And I stand by that women are catty, especially in private. I've been in enough friend circles that are all women to know the fact that women can be pretty mean to each other.
Keffals, I think this might be a reflection of the kinds of people you make friends with. I don't think this is actually reflective of most women, most trans people, or most people in politics. In fact, I think most people in politics are usually a bit more careful about this, precisely because of what happened. And maybe also for ethical reasons, because it betrays a fundamental, a critical discrepancy between your avowed stances publicly, what you tell people you're about so they will support you, and what you actually believe and what you're actually trying to do.
But I think that I should have looked into all of this instead of immediately shooting at the hip.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. And I'll tell you why. Because this would be your response if you had simply failed to read the DMs. Oh shoot, sorry guys. I looked at this first one. I didn't really take it seriously enough. Sorry, I had COVID. I was a little bit tired. Yeah, I'm going to have a talk with Brianna. This is unacceptable. And that would have been the end of it. That would have been the smart thing to do. Keffals knows what the smart thing to do is in these situations. This has been a recurrent theme. She's cynical, and she takes that as an equivalent of political prudence, but this is a faculty she lacks. She is not good at weasel wording. She is not good at maneuvering in a way that avoids accountability. She makes herself look terrible almost every single time. She needs to just be honest, because at the very least, you have that to fall back on as your shield.
So here's what I said about the situation. I've been out for almost 13 years, and I guarantee most people outraged by this have a private account somewhere on Twitter where they are saying worse. The real proof trans women are women is how catty they are to each other. Just to clarify,
the real proof trans women are women is not that they slur other trans women in groups of people whose sole defining activity is that they attack the identities of trans and non-binary people, and anyone else who doesn't validate their legitimacy complex.
Read that those DMs aren't good. My point is,
Sunday, did you pre-watch this? I saw bits and pieces. I didn't watch it. I recorded it in case it, for whatever reason, went down, but I didn't pre-watch it.
Not that it's...
I did watch Silo. Silo's really good.
Okay, Brianna said those things. What I'm saying is that this mean girl behavior is much more common in private than most people are willing to admit. I've seen little attempt at constructive dialogue today. So if you take issue with what we've said, you are being hysterical. You're not being constructive. You need to sit down. That's the message that's being sent. That's why she's lost something between like 1,500 followers, and why she's making this video all of a sudden. And why she's been spamming noodle stuff for the last few days in the hopes that it will bury it. This isn't good. This is not a good look. Let's actually get into the things that were said in these leaks. So someone posted a photo of Benny and said, it puts the lotion on its skin, which is a reference to Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs, which...
Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs is explicitly not a trans woman in the story. This is a man who dresses up... If memory serves, it's been a hot minute since I've watched it. This is a man who dresses up as a woman as part of a sexual fetish, while he preys on women. This is being said about a trans woman. About a picture of Benny showing off her makeup.
I think it's really fucking weird. Like, I just, like, straight up think that it's incredibly fucking weird to attack a trans woman in this way and inciting these tropes from... Because the whole thing with Buffalo Bill and Silence of the Lambs is that Buffalo Bill was supposedly... And this was what the psychologists in the movie...
Oh, yeah, no, I've literally seen, like, bits and pieces, because literally what I would do is I'd have this recording in the background just to make sure it was available for tonight, and I'd check in every so often, and I'd watch for, like, maybe a minute or so. But I haven't seen this in chronological order yet.
Saying was that he was making a woman suit, and that he was, like, an autogynephile who got sexual thrills out of wearing this suit
That's what it is.
out of the women that he had murdered. So it is really fucking weird. The thing that people are getting really mad about in this circumstance is what Brianna said here.
No, I think it's actually a little bit more complicated than that. It's not just what Brianna said. It's also that she's in a group chat where this is taking place, and she has no pushback. She's fine with this. She's under her like official Rebellion Pack account, and she's engaging in this, and she's fine. She's not just fine, she's jumping in. Okay, so somebody calls Benny essentially a man who is a pervert. Okay, that's the implication here of this quote. And then she goes, God, no. I mean, even if you're not super hot, maybe just dress normally and don't present yourself as a transvestite. You can go a long way with just being skinny and dressing normally. That is bad. That's really bad for two reasons. Not just because it's cruel to Benny. I think a lot of people would not lose sleep over somebody being cruel to Benny. The issue is that it's targeting not just Benny, but literally everybody who resembles Benny. Secondly, this is somebody who is positioning themselves to affect how people advocate for trans people. And she is in a community of people who are explicitly hostile to a large subset of the trans community, and joining in on mocking a trans woman on the basis of her appearance in a distinctly transphobic way.
Because I want to focus more on Brianna and not what the other people are saying, even though what people are saying is really fucking weird. So Brianna said, I mean, okay, this is in response to what Jenny said up here, that her dress reminds me of those god-awful skirts that femboys buy. And Brianna responds to this by saying, I mean, if you're not super hot, maybe just dress normally and don't present yourself as a transvestite. You can go a long way with just being skinny and dressing normally. And it's just, I don't think this is called for. I do.
It's uncalled for. That's your response to that, Keffals. That's uncalled for. Do you realize what kind of dogpiling you had to deal with if you were even remotely critical of anything Keffals said or did like a year ago? Like, dear God, you would not believe. You would not believe what it's like on this end. Like, holy shit. Hey, Keffals, why'd you call Chudlogic a pedophile? You get swamped. You get absolutely swamped. Benny gets called a man in a dress and is likened to an autogynephilic pervert from a serial killer movie. This is uncalled for. It's bad, okay? It's a little rude. It's not very nice. Tut tut.
I do want to say something, though. I was at an event in person with Brianna.
Yeah?
And I told Brianna in person that I don't think that this is okay and that she can't do this kind of stuff.
Did you? Did you now? Hey, Brianna. That was uncalled for. That's not very nice. You can't do that.
I basically told her that if there was a repeat of this event, I would distance myself from her publicly because I don't think that this is okay.
Well, as a matter of fact, there was a repeat of this event, conveniently. Because after this was let loose, Jenny Matrix posted a meme. In fact, let me find it. Let's see here. Actually, can somebody send me that in chat? Or in the Discord, I mean. Can somebody send me that that meme? The one that Jenny Matrix made? With the screenshot with the retweet, because I'm blocked, so I can't see the retweet. Actually, I may have it saved on... I may have reposted it. Somewhere over the rainbow. Where did I put it? Oh, here it is. No, close. Almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Here it is. Perfect. And you get a little bit of commentary from me too. So this is, I think, a very sexy, flattering photo of myself. So you've got the seductive brows going on. But this is what Brianna Wu reposts. This is after her apology. This you, the most based... Oh, you can't see that. The most based thing ever. She retweets this. This is actually reposted above her apology. Actually, let me put this into Paint so you can actually see it. Look at this. That's actually a quote tweet of her apology. She retweets it, and it's actually saying the contents of that group chat were the most base thing ever. She retweets that. Why? Because, wait a minute, not everybody's attacking me. Some people are on my side. It's like Homelander at the end of Season 3 of The Boys. He gets mad and he lasers a civilian, and then all of a sudden, all of the people around him start clapping. He's like, all right, that's what Brianna Wu did, which is really dumb, which is par for the course with Brianna, but it doesn't really mitigate things. Okay, oops, the wrong thing there. OBS is so clumsy. Okay, here we go. So, that condition's already been set. She already did this again. She reiterated that she actually agrees with those tweets. She thinks they're great. Her problem is she got caught. So after being caught, after she posted this stuff, she did it again. That's happened. That's already happened. We're at that point, Keffals. But here's what will happen going forward. She's going to continue to do this secretly. It will happen in really private group chats where she only knows the people involved, but those people will involve streamers like Zanya, people who are trying to reach an audience and trying to influence people along this. She will have similar conversations in all likelihood with Destiny, who has avowed similar stances in the past. So this is what has actually happened. Keffals is pretending to have strong-armed Wu, when in fact it's Wu who holds the reins.
And another thing that really frustrated me about all of this coming out was because I had spent quite a bit of time showing people that Benny engages in genocide denial and consistently uses her platform to defend
Let me hear that again.
me about all of this coming out. This is I was at an event in person with Brianna, and I told Brianna in person that I don't think that this is okay and that she can't do this kind of stuff. Like, I basically told her that if there was a repeat of this event, I would distance myself from her publicly.
Okay, first of all, you won't, as we've already established. But secondly, we're going to get to this in a moment. Keffals has similar views to Brianna on some things, and that's going to come and play later. Leaving that aside, what I thought I just heard was her going into was her using this as an opportunity to insert Benny's awful genocide-denying media takes into this explanation. So she's muddying the waters by making it seem like it's somehow better because the individual targeted has said heinous stuff in the past. It's really not. One of the problems with attacking people on the basis of identity is that identity is shared. So when you attack someone, say a trans woman, on the grounds of their appearance, and you accuse them of, and you say that they look like a transvestite, you're not just attacking Benny, you're attacking anyone who resembles her, anyone with who is self-conscious about their appearance, That's egregious. Now, every single person that Brianna Wu interacts with, who looks into the mirror and sees, oh, I kind of when I'm all dressed up, I look kind of like Benny, they're gonna know. They're gonna know what Brianna thinks of them immediately, because she's told them already.
As I don't think that this is okay. And another thing that really frustrated me about all of this coming out was because I had spent quite a bit of time showing people that Benny engages in genocide denial and consistently uses her platform to defend authoritarian regimes. And this basically sidelined all of it.
Yeah, sort of like how when all of this was going down and you were defending Brianna Wu, you were spamming. Let's see actually. Let's look at what this. Let's see what this looks like. So if I go to Keffals on Twitch, on Twitter. Sorry, not Twitch. I go to Keffals on Twitter, and I scroll down. I see I was in a cult, so weird thing to say about all of the Communist Party members who defended you in the past, but okay. I see Matt Walsh. I see racist noodles. I see racist noodles. I see racist noodles. I see racist noodles. I see something about tankies being weird. I see panel. I see panel. I see tankies being weird. I see panel. I see healthcare thing. I see panel. I see, ooh, big things are happening. Da-da-da-da. Dinner. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, we have somebody mocking the fact that the group chat got leaked. Now it's a joke. Here we go. Look, this is between then and now. We have her defending Brianna Wu by watering down the severity of what she said. That's what we got. So the only reason why Keffals is even addressing this at all is because of this. She was at over 110,000 followers. She is now at 109,000.4. She is bleeding followers right now. Not a ton. Will it kill her business? No. But these are also engaged people. These are people who talk. These are people for whom this is going to be a sticking point going forward. This is potentially going to cause problems in the future. So she is now addressing this because she has a financial and business interest in doing so all of a sudden. Until that point, she did not give a shit. And she has been trying to bury it by just endlessly posting the goddamn noodles thing. Like anybody cares. And that's fundamentally what it is. It's the exact argument she just made here. No, actually, Keffals, you should not be frustrated that you can't get at this tiny little, like, 20k sub streamer for making stupid, typical defenses of the Soviet Union and China that tankies are typical for, when the issue is someone with a vastly greater reach using her public-facing official chat thing to cozy up with political actors who want large parts of your audience removed from the equation. Okay? This is not the time to insert this. This is why I think you're deeply disingenuous. Because you will take every single opportunity to evade responsibility for anything. And you will use the flimsiest grounds to do so. And then you'll charge them for it. Look at this. It's members only. You literally have to pay to see this. Like, dear God.
Now, I know that this was all leaked. Like, this was all private DMs.
This was private DMs in a group chat of 21 people, which included Chud Logic, apparently. This was not a secret. This was Wu being extraordinarily careless. This is Wu being an idiot. This was not, I found the love letters between Wu and her secret lover hidden underneath her bedboards when I was house-sitting for them one night, and I gave them to the paper, and now all they are, and she has all these scandalous views that she's been... No. This was her talking with a bunch of extremely vicious people who really, really hate a large part of your audience and agreeing with them. Not just agreeing with them, but telling them that, look, she has a public career to watch, but she agrees with you guys. Like, she's on your side. In fact, we need to get rid of these people because the left is going to lose unless we do. And this is what she's also been doing in a much more Weasley way in public. She's been pretending. No, I advocate. Of course I advocate for non-binary people. Don't talk about them, though. Don't talk about them. Don't defend them. They're a liability. No, Wu, you're a liability. And Keffals, you're a liability.
You know, there was never a point where Brianna knew that this was going to come out.
Good, because if she did, she would have done a better job lying. That's the problem here. Her not knowing this is going to come out is immaterial. In fact, her not knowing this is going to come out makes it worse. That's the basis of her deceiving your audience, as a matter of fact. Her not saying this in public, something that directly belies what her public-facing stances are, and not only that, but in a context where she's actively mobilizing against the people she's pretending to advocate for in public, that's unforgivable. This isn't a gaffe. This isn't a mistake. This isn't a failure of discretion. This is a betrayal.
but I still think that if you're going to make criticisms of people, they should be constructive criticisms.
No, fuck that. If someone betrays your people, if someone betrays the people you pretend to advocate for, if someone betrays your community, you do not construct with those people. Those are the people you remove. Help them as much as you can once they're out of a position of influence to better themselves as human beings, but do not let them come within sniffing distance of holding the reins of power over them, because they are a poison. They are actively agitating against them. They are trying to destroy them for personal gain, or for the interest of people, not them. That's what this is. And what Keffals is demonstrating here by watering this down is that she has sold you out. Because Brianna Wu offered her something, and she jumped. And as soon as she saw a financial incentive, a business incentive, some hope of fame, she is now Wu's. She is now going to run defense for her till she is Wu's white knight forever. Because I guarantee you, if Wu is caught doing this again, Keffals is not going to drop that opportunity. She is not in a million years. She's completely demonstrated that, despite characterizing even the people she's worked with now as the most heinous people alive. Now she's defending them and inviting them back. Oh, did you see that? Before actually clarifying this for her audience, she was inviting DGG members to be unblocked on Twitter so she could make up for the loss. So this is what actually happened. She was banking on the positive reception of Destiny's community to mean that whatever people she lost as a consequence of this heinous defense of someone who had publicly betrayed her community, she could dilute the effects by having people from another community that also hates those people fill the ranks. They didn't, and now she's screwed. So now she has to respond to this here. This is a deeply disingenuous account
of people. Like, there are many reasons why you should be mad about Benny without delving into transphobia. This basically just put Benny into the position of victim, and everyone completely washed over all of the heinous shit that she engaged in only days prior to her do better.
Hang on. Shit, where were we? God damn it.
As a transvestite, you can go a long way with just being showing people she engaged in only.
Here we go. So, yeah, exactly. This is what we know about. This is the one that we saw. I guarantee you, there's far worse out there. Far, far worse. This is the one they were sloppy enough to have other parties in that they didn't vet. And now they're in another group chat, by the way. They made a new one. They're all back together again, saying the exact same shit. They just know each other now. This is still going on. They formed a new group, all the same people, minus the ones they don't trust. This is selfishness to the point of self-lobotomy, because as a consequence of Keffals' selfishness, she's dumb. She's making herself look terrible to her audience. Just as a consequence of her own greed and her own selfishness. She doesn't care about you. Doesn't care about any of you. At all. It's all PR. It's all it is. And I take no joy in that. That's not pleasant. I went out of my way to try to be extremely generous and patient with her. And your reward for that is you get stabbed in the back. That goes for all of you.
Days prior.
She's doing all this because she dislikes Benny? No. That's an excuse. She's read the commentary, because by now she's had time to. And she's decided which one she's going to run with as an excuse. Oh, I was sick. Oh, I was tired. Oh, I wasn't thinking straight. Oh, I just hated Benny so much. My vision wasn't clear. I'm sorry. No.
So let me read all of this.
Yeah, I know she has a process, Lace, but this is the kind of thing that you make a special case of, right? I'm sorry. This one you make available. And in answer to your question, the reason why I'm covering this tonight is precisely for that reason. Because if she decides to edit and delete segments, I want to catch them before she does. Because I don't trust her. I think she's been incredibly disingenuous. Violently disingenuous. Both to her community and people outside of it. And I have zero faith in her to give an accurate account of the stuff that she lets slip.
This is all Brianna.
Yep.
I'm just speaking honestly here. I now recognize leftist culture was always going to take us here. And this is in response to, these people have spent the last 30 years using our struggle as a sort of legitimate front to push their ideology with no regards.
So the Doe one and the Benny one, these are the most shocking. This is the one that's actually the most serious. Because this is the one where she basically tells you, she believes transgender and non-binary people, they have taken the helm of the movement, and that's a bad thing. What that directly implies is that you need to remove those people from the helm. We need to downgrade the place of transgender and non-binary people. We need to make them not have influence on how the movement proceeds, on how their advocacy proceeds. In fact, maybe it's better to not even advocate for them at all, because we need to move back to an older form, more nuanced, a more realistic understanding of trans identities, which emphasizes sex characteristics. So people who need surgery, essentially, people who need hormones, etc., etc. She's also going after Doe later on, who is taking hormones, by the way. That's a lie, but that's immaterial to this. She's publicly saying she advocates for non-binary people. She's in private with people who are themselves political advocates. Political agitators and political writers and people who speak to a public and give their opinions and try to convince people of them. She's telling them in private, yeah, I'm with you. They gotta go.
Our struggles. I said nothing about the Black Lives Matter riots because I didn't want the trouble, and I said nothing when Tanky started taking over the party because I didn't want trouble. And I said nothing when they took over trans stuff and said you didn't need to have dysphoria to be trans. And I'm looking at where we are, and it's... Okay,
this one matters for a reason, so I'm going to show you something, okay? This is going to come up later in the stream. She is not going to acknowledge this. And that's a problem. But I'm going to show you, okay? I'm just going to save these quickly. So I'm going to pop up the screen quickly. One. They might be in reverse order, but that's fine. Okay, 2. Actually, I need to make sure I can even open these. Hang on one sec. Oh, that's no good. Okay, what I'm going to have to do, very quickly, because Twitter's weird, so I'm going to have to... We're doing the same thing again as with the GC chats. We're just putting them into a paint dock. Just kill me. I'm so bad at this. Look, I didn't go to communications school, okay? I took political science. It's a different skill set. Just bear with me here. Excuse me. Okay. There we go. Okay. Got it here. All right. Okay. So. These are, this is Keffals. Okay. Zoom in a bit. This came out because of stuff that she said in defense of Wu. She started saying these things when she was defending Wu. So this was taking place in her Discord server. People didn't like that she was defending Wu for this. So Bastet's Passion says, Keffals is given 2 takes that seem contradictory, I can't see them, but I'm assuming that this is representative of the statement she made. Never said you need dysphoria to be trans. Stop putting words in my mouth. Bastards Passion posts a quote from Keffals saying, yeah, I don't agree with arguments like, you don't need dysphoria to be trans, because how the hell do you justify irreversible surgeries if you don't have a crippling medical condition that requires it? If I said I didn't have dysphoria, I'd hope I couldn't access bottom surgery. Now, what's very crucial here is that contrary to what she says down here, this is where you really need to have, like, basic critical thinking skills. She says here, that argument is in relation to surgery and making a legal argument. This is not true, because what she leads with is, I don't agree with arguments like, you don't need dysphoria to be trans, and then she supplies the legal justification as an argument for establishing that of why she disagrees that you don't need dysphoria to, of why she disagrees with the stance that you don't need dysphoria to be trans. She's actually explicitly arguing in defense of the statement that you don't need, that you need dysphoria to be trans. That's what she is saying here. So when she says down here that's making an argument in relation to surgery, no, she's actually leveraging a surgical argument in order to justify the statement that you need dysphoria to be trans. So now, following up this seems like it's at a different time, or it's probably, this must actually be by a different person. No, this is at a different time, I see. Elsewhere, she says, trans medicalist arguments are the only way you can protect the rights of trans people in the courts. Removing concepts like dysphoria that have a basis in medical literature from the discourse and simply making it a matter of self-identification is going to fuck all of us. This is untrue, first of all, on two grounds. First of all, self-identification, including in a place where Keffals is actually living a driving distance away from, self-identification has been implemented in many places and it has not had that catastrophic result. So it will not fuck all of us, clearly, because it's already been implemented in several places. But let's say, for argument's sake, that she's talking about how if we remove this language from our discourse, then it'll be hard to hold insurance companies to account for not providing services for people who need transition therapy or things like that. She's not arguing towards lawyers. She's not arguing towards a courtroom. She's addressing her chat. She's addressing a general audience, which means that despite the fact that she's dressing this up in the language of this is what will work in the courts, really what this amounts to practically is you guys need to act like this is the case, because that will translate down the line into how people advocate in the courts. Because none of the people she's talking to are in a courtroom, certainly not Keffals, apparently. So that's the actual import of this. Otherwise, there's no purpose to saying so. It's like, well, if we're talking specifically to people in the janitorial profession, this particular kind of language isn't particularly helpful because, you see what I mean? It's too hyper-specified to be useful, but she's not addressing a hyper-specific audience. And then down here she says, I need to scroll this up because I can't scroll down anymore. God, I've failed to account for the limitations of MS Paint. You need to understand my position isn't in terms of an ideal world. It's in terms of the best strategy for fighting back as the right continues to steamroll progressives on trans issues. And now she essentially adopts Wu's stance. You're just too weird to be advocated for. And here's the problem. It's actually difficult to take Keffals as having a specifically American-minded stance here, precisely because Keffals isn't an American. Keffals has never left the Queen's Empire. Keffals was originally in Canada, and Keffals moved to Ireland. So this is silly. She came from a country where self-ID is on the books in some provinces. It's on the books in my province. No problems. She moved to a place where it's on the books next door. This is unacceptable. This is just being disingenuous. I'm sorry.
It's just like, my silence led us here. All of ours did. We did it with great intentions, but if we didn't stop this bullshit, leftism will die. I think because I'm old enough to remember when we moved away from transsexual, I'm a bit more nuanced. You have to remember daytime TV was obsessed with the sex and transsexual, so it was trying to water that down. I do think that as transgender doesn't mean anything clinically anymore, it makes sense to bring it back.
Okay, so after saying she thinks that non-binary people and transgenders have taken over the movement and are driving us headlong over a cliff, she says we need to move back, once again, in a group chat filled with really vicious transmedicalists. We need to bring back transsexual as the term. The transsexual versus transgender wars are so fucking goofy. They really are. It's a fundamentally conservative stance, and it's only being advocated for by people who are deeply insecure about their own identities and their own aesthetics, and it's sad, and I feel sorry for them. Not sorry enough to not find them utterly despicable, unfortunately, but I pity them. They're sad people.
So there's something that I think is missing from this discourse that
That would be that would be you expressing anything near like the appropriate level of basic concern about this. Your immediate response was to defend it. You didn't just water it down, you defended it. You said, no, you're all doing this. This is you. And you didn't just defend it, you attacked the people who were critical of it. You need to be constructive. You're not being constructive. Unfortunately, when we're talking about people who are essentially co-opting a movement to self-aggrandize self-aggrandize themselves, to aggrandize themselves, and acting against the interests of the movement in the process of doing so, and advocating against the interests of a lot of the people under that movement while lying to their faces that they're doing the opposite, you don't want to be constructive. That is a negative element that needs to be destroyed. It needs to be removed. You need to remove Brianna Wu from that position of influence because she is pernicious. She is going to hurt your audience. She is actively coordinating with people who want to hurt a large part of your audience. And you defending that is unacceptable. That's a complete betrayal of faith. A lot of people who Wu is attacking here donated to you, Keffals. They donated to you specifically because they thought you were their representative. They thought you stood for them. And now here you are defending somebody who stands against them, as it's been revealed.
is important to know. And unfortunately, these leaks ended up confirming this. And I have not talked about this I haven't talked about this previously. But to all of...
Be careful here. She says she hasn't talked about this previously. Earlier, she said she hadn't read all of the posts.
The people who have been wondering about this, yes, Brianna is a trans woman. She has not been very open about this. And the reason why she hasn't been open about this is that she came out in a much different time than she came out in a much different time. And this isn't me defending her behavior. This is me trying to contextualize why she is this way.
All of the people in that group chat are trans women as far as I'm aware. That has no bearing on anything. None. It has no bearing on anything at all. She's targeting non-binary people as a distinct category of person. She's targeting transgender people as a distinct category of person. Those are the people who are being targeted here. Unfortunately, being trans doesn't stop you from being a bigot. It doesn't stop you from being a liar, and it doesn't fix it. It doesn't make it magically okay when you have a public political figure who is actively coordinating with people against the interests of the people she's claiming to represent publicly. I'm sorry.
She came out in a time when being open as trans is something that would absolutely destroy your...
Except Chud Logic. Okay, look, everybody in this conversation that we have, I'm not in the group chat, okay? The people we've seen, I should clarify.
Life.
Although you never know.
She's held on to a lot of that. Now, I'm biased because I'm still going to be working with her and I still consider her a friend, and I think the best thing that I can do as a friend to her is to be honest with her that the behavior that she engaged in isn't okay.
Yeah, you know whose friend she's not? Yours. She's not your friend. She's not going to have that talk with you. If you and her audience do something that breaks TOS, you're banned. If you and your audience question her in a tone she doesn't like, you're banned. If you say something publicly she disagrees with or she finds uncomfortable, she will highlight you so her audience assails you with personal attacks and vitriol. That's what happens to you if you do an iota of what Wu has done here. But Wu, she gets the nice cuddly treatment because Wu's rich and Wu has connections and Wu can financially benefit Keffals. Not you, Keffals.
but but I'm glad that I had the opportunity to address this in person and to try and come at this from a place of actually understanding instead of immediately attacking her. The reason that we started talking with each other in the first place is because of the fact that we were both the target of a far-right harassment campaign. She was the target of Gamergate, and the same people who pioneered and orchestrated Gamergate were the same people who drove me to almost take my own life last year. So more than anything, I don't want to see Brianna Wu disappear. I just want to see her become better and not engage in this kind of stuff.
Actually, you know what happens when a pastor is found saying something scandalous in the background? They're removed from their position. Why? Because they cast doubt on the integrity and on the honesty of the organization that is putting on, like, the church organization. If a politician is found out to have been saying in the background, like, this is literally Sideshow Bob shit. That's literally what this is. Oh, they're too stupid. I don't stand for any of this, of course. I'm just manipulating them for my own gain. She actually literally says it at one point. Somebody characterizes her statement, I unequivocally support non-binary people. Actually, let me see if I have that even up here. I might have that available to hand. If I didn't, I'll grab it. Okay. Let me pull it up. Okay, here we go. So this is one I didn't post, actually. Apparently I neglected to publish this one. Here, let's clear all that. This is one I didn't publish. So Brianna Wu, after I was criticizing her, actually. Let's zoom out a bit. After I was criticizing her, went on Twitter and said, I just want to put on record that I unequivocally support non-binary people, and anyone that says otherwise is lying. And then MF Claire says, L take. That's the eugenicist one. And then somebody else says Brianna's take is a win. And then Brianna Wu says, look, I'm a public figure. I don't need the headache. So, literally, just unreal. It's insane. It's insane. It's no other word for it. Everything she says, you have to hold in suspicion now. That's the problem with lying. Because you can't just say afterwards, no, I'm not lying anymore. Now I'm telling the truth, now that I have an explicit incentive to say the thing you want me to hear. No, once you lie, it's over. You've betrayed that trust and it's gone.
I think that she does have a lot that she can offer the world, but she needs to be a lot smarter with how she engages online.
She needs to be a lot smarter covering up when she lies. Not just when she lies, when she coordinates with people that she has no right to be coordinating with. Because the basis of her being in the position that she is in relative to your audience, Keffals, was that she was advocating for them. She was on their side. But what we've just seen definitively is that not only was she not on their side, she was against them. She's actively coordinating with people who want these people removed. That's what this means. That's what this means. That's explicitly what this means. I said nothing when they took over trans stuff and said you didn't need dysphoria to be trans. Like, what she is saying is, like, these people are too much in control. And she is saying this to Jenny Matrix, who's very explicit and very viciously opposed to even the existence of non-binary people. And not just the existence of non-binary people, of like binaristic trans women who don't fit like a super specific set of criteria as dictated by her. This is not a gaffe. This is not her having a boomer moment. This is her doing something really evil. She has gained your trust and used your platform to gain the trust of your community, while she is actively undermining it from the other side. And that's what you're defending, Keffals. That's what you defended as a matter of course. It's what you're still defending now. And even when you're not defending it, you're peppering it with anything that you can find, anything that you can drum up to make it not seem as serious. Oh yeah, it's really bad it's just about Benny, but yeah, Benny's awful, right? Benny defends genocide, da-da-da-da. You don't care about the other people who were catching that as a stray, which is a lot of people, by the way. Because Benny actually looks pretty good. Imagine like being someone in a situation where you can't get access to HRT, you can't afford expensive makeup, you can't afford expensive grooming, clothes, etc. And you see Benny being attacked like this. How's that going to make you feel? It's probably going to crush you, actually.
So this is where things are getting a bit dicey, I think.
Oh, just now, huh? Just now.
I think socially I have no issue respecting their pronouns. What is this in relation to?
We don't know.
Doe didn't detransition because they still consider themselves trans, but agender and believe trans is an amorphous blob of terms that mean a political statement against the societal concept of gender. But they have stopped taking hormones because they also believe hormones are a weapon of societal construct of gender assimilation. This isn't true, by the way. Doe is very much on hormones, and it's really weird. Like, I don't know why Doe needed to be attacked at all.
Me neither, but Wu seems to have some notion because she was really excited by Void Zanya's diagnosis of Doe's identity as a degradation fetish. So much so, she took it into a group chat with a bunch of other people and was spouting it at Demon Mama, Doe's partner, to her face. And as Demon Mama revealed in her stream, Wu was lying yet again. Because Wu was trying to claim that she didn't know that, even here, she didn't know that Demon Mama was Doe's partner. It was just what a coincidence. I had no idea. No, actually, apparently they had at least an hour-long conversation in which this was clarified very explicitly. So there's one of two possibilities. Wu is insane and can't hold and can't like retain memory of anybody in her head, which makes her a political incompetent who should absolutely not be engaging in any form of political organizing because she's a liability, or she's a liar. I think it's both, but that's just me.
Doe had nothing to do with any of the stuff that was going on. So, on the right, Void Zanya started a shitstorm tonight. Doe came up and I repeat your very plausible position that it pronouns are about a degradation fetish. Demon Mama is in the group chat and I didn't know they were dating. Well, the police came and it was all over. Yeah, it's just not okay. It's not okay, and it doesn't have anything to do with building bridges and trying to put aside political differences to work towards progressive victories.
Yeah, that's nice plug there, Keffals. It's not just nothing to do with bridge building. It's actually directly contrary to it. What she's been engaging in here is actively supporting, expressing sympathy with, and expressing motivation to undermine people in your coalition, supposedly. To undermine non-binary people, to undermine transgender people. And others as well. This hasn't been really... People haven't really talked about this very much because it's such a minor point in terms of how often it appears, but it's actually pretty critical. Earlier, she mentioned she kept silent about BLM. This is a little-known part of Brianna Wu's history. Not one she's loath to mention when she's talking about her extensive history of experience of political canvassing. She used to canvass for a segregationist. Trent Lott, look him up. It's a colorful character. And this is one of the things that caught her flack a little while ago. Okay, this is Wu. So, what does this demonstrate? Donuts. What does this demonstrate? Does it demonstrate that Wu is a frothing at the mouth racist? No. Does it demonstrate that Wu hates black people? No. What it demonstrates is that when she says she the opposite, she really cares about these issues, she's lying. She doesn't. It's fundamentally unserious. It's the same thing as everything else. Same thing as literally everything else. It's a financial opportunity. She sees there is some activity around a movement. She jumps in to try and make her name because the only thing Wu cares about is being famous. So yeah, this is, among other things, don't get political advice from Brianna Wu. Brianna Wu is a nutball. Brianna Wu has no clue what she's doing. Brianna Wu exists in the position she's in because she was given an exorbitant amount of money to produce a deeply unimpressive product that allowed her to position herself as a woman game designer during Gamergate, and to then be essentially taken on by Cenk Uygur bluntly as a stunt. Look, I'm hiring one of the women victims of Gamergate to run my pack. Aren't I so progressive? She then also, of course, took on Cenk Uygur's attitudes towards non-binary and transgender people. He wants them not talked about too as well. So this is par for the course. This isn't just an untrustworthy person. This is a person with no competence to speak of. She is herself the greatest liability in all of this. That's the punchline. We were talking earlier with Glitterbell about whether or not like the reputations of Vosh, Destiny, Keffals, whatever, directly connected to the Democratic Party might be an optical liability that might be used against them. We're only really talking about Wu. Wu is the worst one here. Like, unbelievable lack of prudence, unbelievable lack of self-awareness, unbelievable lack of ethics, just across the board. Just an abysmal person. Oh yeah, did I mention that? So when she was talking about the video game she designed, she was talking about how it was designed for the female brain. It's unreal. She designed it so that people with woman tendencies would be able to. It was ridiculous. That's just embarrassing. That's like a boomerism. I'm not gonna go after her for that. But like, this is not a serious person. This is a person who has come into a tremendous amount of money out of luck, essentially. Managed to spin that into positive PR, and was put into a position where she can leverage relative to political streamers a decent amount of, she can dangle some goods above their eyes so she can encourage them to do stuff. But fundamentally, the only reason why nobody has been taking her to task for the ridiculous things she's been doing is because she doesn't matter, because she literally is just politically irrelevant. The reason why I'm talking about her is because when she does stuff like this is actually dangerous to the community itself. Because she can't succeed at something politically, but she can absolutely destroy something politically. She can absolutely create serious schisms in a community by being two-faced and advising some people who have been who have been also advised by people who have taken her on in trust, like Keffals, like Vosh, etc. Like, hey, this person's on our side. Da, da, da. Vosh hasn't said this, to be clear, but Keffals has. Hey, this person is my friend. Da, 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 you can trust her. Using that position to tell them to do things that will actually hurt their interests, and then in the background, quietly coordinating with other people who want to work actively against their interests. If we want to talk about constructive, Brianna Wu's entire career right now is thoroughly destructive if this is what she's been doing. Okay, we skipped past that one really fast, so we had the slides. I'm curious about what Keffal's face is like when she does this.
With building,
Here, let's make this bigger.
building bridges and trying to put aside political differences to work towards progressive victories.
Oh, you see that panic response there? Jesus Christ, look at that. We're all smiles. And then we get to her comment about
with building bridges and trying to put aside political differences to work towards progressive victories.
whoop, whoop, whoop. See the shoulders go up? That doesn't mean anything. It's like, yeah, I would have that reaction too.
What was
Oh, what did I do? What did I do? Hang on. Everyone stay calm. Get out of there. There we go. God, I hate OBS. There we go.
The last thing I wanted to talk about like all of this stuff is how mad people got about this statement that I made in the Discord. Because I think that people misunderstood what I was saying.
Okay, the reason why I don't like this is actually really slimy, is because, as we've seen, that's not actually an accurate reflection of what Keffals was saying, because there's a preceding argument to this. And it's this. Yeah, I don't agree with arguments like, you don't need dysphoria to be trans, because how the hell do you justify irreversible surgeries if you don't have a crippling medical condition that requires it? The argument she is attempting to justify is that you need to have dysphoria to be trans. That's the direct import of this statement. She is using the intensity of surgery as an intervention to justify that claim. Extraordinary measures should only be used for extraordinary conditions or something like that. Some such nonsense. That's the logic of this statement. Let me make it bigger for you so you can see. In case it's small. I don't know who's on a phone. Keffals says here, I never said you need dysphoria to be trans. Stop putting words in my mouth. Immediately, we have a quote. Yeah, I don't agree with arguments like, you don't need dysphoria to be trans. That's it. That's the argument encompassed. There's nothing here talking about. There's nothing talking about courts. She never says, look, in a legal sense, in this particular context, because a legal sense is always particularized to a particular context. There is no world law. In a legal context, I think it would be advantageous to insist upon maintaining, or at the very least not fighting against, dysphoria as a diagnostic tool for identifying people who should be given coverage or access to these surgeries and not these people, and so on and so forth. Foolish argument for other reasons, but leaving that aside, that isn't what Keffals says here. What she says here is, I don't agree with arguments like, you don't need dysphoria to be trans, and then she provides a reason. I don't like arguments like, you don't need dysphoria to be trans, because how do you justify irreversible surgeries if you don't have a crippling medical condition that requires it? So this is specifically transmedicalist. In fact, she's pathologized trans identity because she's making it only an identity that can be ascribed to people who are suffering from, in her language, a crippling medical addiction. That's a problem, because this aligns Keffals actually with Wu's position on non-binary people and trans people without dysphoria. Or trans people maybe who have something that's probably in the ballpark of dysphoria, but probably isn't like encompassed by the term very clearly, right? Nature of dysphoria, it's a very interesting thing because it's effective. It deals with things like feelings about your body, emotions. It deals with things like emotional responses to not just parts of your body, but also to social contexts. It's very complicated. It involves a whole lot of different things. So there's going to be some disagreement about what that actually entails. What are the actual conditions of it? A lot of people who will say they don't have dysphoria, well, if you pressed hard enough, you might find something that you could probably slot into the category. That's neither here nor there. The point is, the argument here is not that in the courts we need to strongly argue as if dysphoria is needed to be trans. She says unequivocally here, I don't agree with arguments like, you don't need dysphoria to be trans. Not in the courts. She says, I don't agree. I don't agree with them. Not they are disadvantageous. I don't agree. So when she says here afterwards that's making an argument in relation to surgery and making a legal statement, that is a lie. This... Oh, we gotta make it smaller again. This is weasel wording. This is her being deeply dishonest. This is a lie. This is not a legal argument. The bare fact that you mention surgery in there does not make it a legal argument. She is unequivocal. I don't agree with arguments like, you don't need dysphoria to be trans. It's par for the course. It's actually comical at this point.
And I can understand why. I said in the discourse, transmedicalist arguments are the only way you can protect the rights of trans people in the courts, removing concepts...
Once again, that's an absurd statement. I'm going to repeat myself one more time. That's an absurd statement simply because Keffals doesn't come from a place where that's true. British Columbia has self-ID on the books. I think other provinces do too. I haven't checked. She moved to Ireland. The Republic, I believe, has self-ID in the books, if I'm not mistaken. Or it could be the other one. Can't really remember. I mix them up. But there is a place next door where that's the case. I think there are states in America that have self-ID laws in the books. This is a thing that can be done. This is a thing that has been done. To say it will fuck all of us is incorrect as a matter of fact. But moreover, if she's saying this from the vantage, she can't be saying this from the vantage point of Americans, because when she's saying all of us, she's speaking as a Canadian immigrant to Ireland. I'm sorry. Like, what are you saying, Keffals? Yes, the Republic. I thought it was the Republic of self-ID. Because she's in Northern Ireland, right?
concepts like dysphoria that have a basis in medical literature from the discourse and simply making it a matter of self-identification is going to fuck all of us?
Yeah, that's untrue. It's factually untrue. And she's speaking apropos of nothing. And once again, the last problem with this, she's not speaking to people who are going to be speaking in the courts. She's speaking to a general audience while she's defending Wu. That general audience, they're not going to be speaking in the courts. That general audience, they're going to be arguing with each other and with other people. So the actual import of this sentence is that you should not be advocating for self-ID, period. Because that's where you will be advocating if you are at all. Anywhere else but the courts. You see the problem?
I think like one of the things that I said earlier was that I was sick and traveling, and I oversimplified the position that I had. So,
and there it is. This is actually a complicated position. It's a coherent position. It's a wrong position. It also aligns with Wu, who you are defending. No, this was not COVID brain, Keffals. You said this, and you meant it. And now you're using COVID as an alibi. That is despicable.
So, like, the first thing I need to say is that I am not a trans medicalist. For the people in the chat who don't know what trans medicalism is, it is the belief that in order to be transgender, you need to have gender dysphoria. And that is not what I believe. I do not experience gender dysphoria, so by that logic, I wouldn't be transgender. Transgender being an umbrella term allows...
No. That's incorrect. So the transmedicalist stance is not that anybody who doesn't experience dysphoria isn't transgender. The transmedicalist stance is that anybody who, absent treatment, would be experiencing dysphoria wouldn't be transgender. That's the point. Because they all regard themselves as trans. Presumably the purpose to their treatments is to treat their dysphoria. The difference is that they don't regard somebody who doesn't, for example, require that treatment or somehow gets by without as not being trans. In fact, we've had conversations with MF Claire, one of the people in that group chat, who literally went so far as to say, if she went off hormones, and you don't actually just revert back to your pre-hormonal state. By the way, there are permanent changes, but if she did, then she would cease to be trans at that point. So trans for them is actually, or some of them at least, is actually a medical procedure in and of itself. It isn't an identity that you have innately. It's a pathology. It's a disease. That's how they characterize it. Keffals has essentially defended a transmedical argument. This is her defending it on pragmatic grounds after being caught out for defending it on personal grounds. Once again, just to reiterate, this is her actual thought on the matter. This is what she's walking back. I don't agree with arguments like, you don't need dysphoria to be trans.
Allows for a wide spectrum of people to inhabit that term. You know, it's not a one-size-fits-all identity. The other thing is that when I made this argument, I was specifically talking about surgeries. And that when...
That's a lie, once again. This is what she actually says. Yeah, I don't agree with arguments like, you don't need dysphoria to be trans, because how the hell do you justify irreversible surgeries if you don't have a crippling medical condition that requires it? If I said I didn't have dysphoria, I'd hope I couldn't access bottom surgery. That last part's important, because the issue here is not that you can't justify to a third party getting irreversible surgeries if you don't have a crippling medical condition. The issue here is that she would hope that that's the case. That's an ideal situation for her. She wants it gate-kept to only people who have dysphoria. And so when she says here, I don't agree with arguments like you don't need dysphoria to be trans, she's not speaking in the context of legality only. That's her opinion. That's her position. Or at least as much as it can be. Much sure as we can be, given the fact that it seems like we're all just lying about everything now. Like about sentences we made moments ago. Wu and Keffals both. Like, this is an astonishing level of dishonesty and brazenness. It's deeply disturbing. I can't imagine I can't imagine treating my audience like things that way. Like just kind of pets that you just pretend to hold a treat over till they behave. So Keffals is a liar here. It's just a flat out lie. It doesn't wash. I'm sorry.
And people on the right, when conservatives are attacking trans people's ability to legally access things like sexual reassignment surgery, I think that using medical arguments is the most effective way to go about defending that. Where I don't think that just going from self-identification is a really effective way of defending the rights for transgender medical care.
How much do you want to bet that she's not even going to bring this up in the edited version of this? That this is just going to disappear? Because this comes up later on. Some people actually posted this into her chat. You're going to see it come up at the end. And that's when she doesn't account for it at all. She says, look, I'm sick. I've got COVID brain. I'm not going to answer. Can you let me not answer chat? I'm a baby. I am a little baby, and you need to coddle me. I need to feel safe and cozy as I lie to your face.
I think that self-identification is important, and I think that it's great for things like changing your gender identification marker. Like, I think that both things can be true.
Identification marker, so we're even walking back that as well.
But I do think that gender dysphoria as a medical concept does play an important role in defending trans healthcare access. Like, I don't necessarily believe that you need dysphoria in order to be trans.
This isn't going to come out for sure. No, I think it'll come out, but I think the ending part's going to be cut. I would be very surprised if she keeps that last part in. Mostly because it doesn't flow, but also because it just looks bad. It looks bad because that's the one she had to answer for. That's the one Keffals had to answer for. She didn't think this through.
But I think that without concepts like dysphoria as a way to fight back against rolling back medical access, it would just be significantly harder. So you're saying that it's the one thing more immediately viable, but would you say we need to push even further? That would just be a stepping stone, not the ideal? Yeah, I don't think it's ideal.
Actually, you do. Let us read again. If I said I didn't have dysphoria, I'd hope I couldn't access bottom surgery. Nobody made you type that, Keffals. That was you. That's your opinion. That's what you said. Own it. Don't be a coward. Don't lie.
Yeah, okay, so when I said trans medicalist, I literally pushed the word trans and medical together without realizing that I basically said I believe that you need dysphoria to be trans. And that's not what I was trying to say.
No, you say it explicitly here once again. I'm going to keep bringing this up. I don't agree with arguments like you don't need dysphoria to be trans. You didn't even say trans medicalist there. You just gave a trans medicalist stance.
I was just like sick with COVID and people were all riled up after the Brianna.
Oh yeah, exactly. She had to go to fucking Thailand to get surgery and she hopes it would be harder for everyone else. It's unbelievable.
Weeks. I'm definitely willing to have a conversation about it.
No, Demon Mom was in chat. I'm really interested to see if they actually have a conversation and how that goes. Because I'll say this much for Demon Mama. I've disagreed with Demon Mama in the past. I think you know I've disagreed with Demon Mama in the past. And I don't always agree with her takes on things, but she does not take being bullshitted to. And I am very interested to see how that conversation goes. I'm very interested.
You literally have a disease that makes you characterize your opinions in the worst possible language.
Yeah, it's called dishonesty.
That's true.
Demon Mama has been killing it recently. Demon Mama should have her audience. Demon Mama cares about her community. Demon Mama actually like goes out of her way to make sure she isn't hurting her community, to make sure she's helping it, to make sure she's being a good representative. She gaffes sometimes. She's a hothead. Sometimes she goes overboard. Sometimes she gets nervous. Sometimes she connects dots that she wasn't really fully justified in. But she legitimately, I will say this much, as someone who had like a beef with her for a long time, once I got to know her, like she's the real deal. Keffals I'm deeply disappointed in. Just on every conceivable level. But Demon Mama would actually fight for you. If this had happened, if Demon Mama had been in Keffals' place, there would be immediate condemnation. There would be an immediate statement about it, and the side she took would have been the side of her audience immediately. She would have taken the side of her community against Wu without a second thought. I have absolute confidence in that.
Look, you have to understand that I am from a country with a long and proud heritage of making very bad political decisions. You know, I'm from the place that has the prime minister that did blackface and did a standing ovation to a literal fucking Nazi. You need to be patient with me, okay? We're not good at this.
You know what? I don't think that's a Canadian thing, okay? I don't deal with that. I don't have a problem with that. I don't put on blackface because I'm Canadian, and I don't go into group chats and start slurring people I pretend to be on side with publicly. That's not a thing that I do. I haven't had a difficulty with that. Maybe I just live a charmed life. I just haven't run into, I just haven't met that temptation. It's just, what is this? What is this? Look, I may be lying through my teeth transparently, but go easy on me, I'm Canadian. No, if anything, go harder on her, she's Canadian. She lived a charmed existence by comparison to trans people in the States. She was in a country with one of the greatest amounts of acceptance of trans people in the world. She lived in a country where there are provinces with self-ID laws on the books. She was able to accrue a ton of money as a trans creator without any legal hurdles. She was able to, what is this? And yet, despite, once again, having to leave the country, even then, having to leave the country for your transition surgeries, you hope, look at this, you hope it would be difficult for people if they don't have dysphoria. Keeping in mind, too, like, especially like when we consider people like Doe, for instance, people understand dysphoria very differently. Philosophy Tube was making arguments about how the concept of dysphoria is too exclusive. Because it's not a matter of, it's not simply like there's an on and off switch where you either have dysphoria or you don't. There are people who have something that's probably related to what we call dysphoria that, for whatever reason, either they or the medical system doesn't identify as being relevant enough. But it's still there. And it might still like be very, very integral to their identity.
But yeah, I okay, wait. Well then, now that that's clear, Keffals have so much respect for you. Calling up Brianne, rejecting your statement, defending her, was super smart. Reaffirms that you're more mature than most people in the online left. Even though I disagree with your take on strategy, I think it's a strategy argument and not genuine transcendentalism. I mean, like, that's the thing. I don't want to just condemn people, especially when I know that Brianna is very much willing to have these conversations and have these.
She have these conversations with you? That's funny. I'm actually pretty sure she made it so nobody could respond to her tweets after this went down. That's what actually happened. She lied to you again, and then made it so you couldn't reply. She's not willing to have these conversations with you. That's another lie from Keffals. No, you don't know that. You just said that. You made that up.
These conversations publicly, and I just I want to see more of those conversations happening.
I bet you do.
I also just am very sympathetic whenever I see someone getting absolutely fucking dragged through the mud on social media, because I know how bad it feels and that there is nothing that you can do in the moment in order to make the situation better. You get, and I think especially sometimes you get into this mindset where when you are like the main character, you want to defend yourself and you want to like stick with people who are defending you. And a lot of times that makes the situation a lot worse. Like, think what happened to Anna Kasparian, right? Where she got dragged through the mud and then she ended up boosting a bunch of people who were center right or just like actual conservatives.
So it's your fault. Brianna Wu is stabbing you in the back, and it's your fault for not patting her for it. You didn't throw enough rose petals in front of her way.
And it just made people even more mad. And I'm pretty sure like a lot of that was just her doing it out of the fact that it fucking sucks being dragged.
Well, no, because she took a position that she actually had publicly disavowed before as being something only a cynical person would do. But she's friends with Cenk Uygur. And Cenk Uygur employs Wu. So this is why Keffals is now defending Anna Kasparian as well as Wu. Because Keffals is bought. Because Keffals sold you out. Because you don't matter to her. Because Keffals is very much like Wu, as a matter of fact. Almost identical. What Keffals cares about at the end of the day, it's not trans people, it's not justice, it's not freedom. What Keffals cares about is Keffals being rich and famous. And she doesn't care ultimately what it takes to achieve that. Sorry, is what it is.
And she just dug her feet in. And this isn't even me like trying to defend her. I just understand what it's like being...
Yeah, exactly the problem. She's so right. People like me don't deserve safe access to healthcare because hearing the word person makes Anna upset. True. It's essentially what she's saying.
In that circumstance, and making a whole bunch of bad decisions.
Oh yeah, and a lot of people tried to reach out to Anna in good faith. Here's what happened. Anna, like Cenk, is not all that sincere about her political beliefs, like Wu, as a matter of fact, like Keffals. Anna and Cenk saw the political winds turning, as Wu likes to say. This trans stuff, it's just not paying dividends anymore. It's not popular. It's not edgy. Nobody's really jumping on it. Trans people are annoying. I mean, that's an objectively true statement. There are a lot of really annoying trans people. Let's screw this. Let's go where the real meat is. Let's carve them off. And oh, hey, quietly, you don't know this. Cenk's planning a presidential run as well. He thinks that that's their ticket to getting mainstream popularity. This is gross. This is really, really gross. Had I known Keffals was this slimy, I never, ever would have changed my tune on her from before. No matter how many people dogpiled me. Once again, lest we forget, the reason why I did change my tune on her is that she DM'd me, apologized, and told me what she was doing with the GoFundMe funds. Something she also publicly disavowed, incidentally. It's never come to fruition yet. So, it's like I feel like a chump taking her at her word ever. Because I am. Because I was stupid. Shouldn't have believed her. I should have trusted my own judgment. But I care about my community, and my community was upset. So I bit my tongue, and I played ball. And the reward for that is me being right there with you, being stabbed in the back when she saw a business opportunity. Like that.
As a result of it.
god, this is so slow. There's 18 minutes to go.
So sometimes your impulse is to hold on to the few close connections and people you feel you can trust because you know what it's like to get shit, but sometimes that defensiveness can be to a fault. Like normal friend defensiveness plus histories being harassed, shared trauma, stuff like that. Yeah, no. Sometimes, yeah. I think everyone's like that, actually. I think that everyone is more defensive of their friends and they're more willing to make excuses.
Oh, by the way, this one here, Any? Yeah, that's a good read as your friend. I somewhat agree with that. That's the one who made the decision to remove my article criticizing Wu from the Vosh subreddit. We looked at the logs, and apparently that's it. Just unreal.
Is for their friends, and I wanted to be able to criticize my friends when they fuck up.
No, you don't. You want to make money. This is an inconvenience for you. If Demon Mama had done what Wu had done, it would be over, and you'd know it was over very loudly. If I had done what Wu had done, you'd get the exact same treatment from Demon Mama. And the reason why is precisely because our relationship, at least on my end, I hope it's reciprocal, is built on respect. If she did that, that would reveal to me that the person I was friends with didn't exist. I was lied to. And she was hurting my community. And vice versa. I would expect that from her. I would be disappointed if she wouldn't. No, Keffals, you don't have friends. I'm sorry. You have lackeys, you have sycophants, and you have people you want something from. Because friends are friends because they respect each other. They are not friends because their friends have money. That's not what a friend is. Your community should be able to think of you as their friend, because when it becomes a contest between your cynical self-interest and their well-being wins every time. But what you've proved is that they can't expect that from you.
Because I do think that Brianna fucked up, and I feel like unless I would be willing to admit that, I would be a hypocrite.
If you defend a friend who is attacking your community, you are a bad friend. If you defend a friend who is lying to people and you know you are a bad friend. That's not a friend. That's an accomplice.
Say that someone said that it was weird that I have empathy for the person who did harm, but not really talking about the person it harmed. But the person in this circumstance that did harm was the person who leaked the group chat in the first place.
And there it is. It's actually your fault for learning about it. Yeah, Brianna Wu lied to you. Yeah, Brianna Wu is coordinating with people who want non-binary people squeezed out from trans advocacy, who want transgender people even squeezed out from trans advocacy. But it's the person who told us, who revealed that she was lying. It's her fault. It's just unbelievable. Actually unbelievable. That's the most despicable thing you've said all night, Keffals. You have no integrity. You have no character. You are a thorough grifter through and through. You don't stand by anything that you say. You exist to fill your wallet. That's it. That's it. And the people who enable you should be ashamed of themselves.
Because it put all of those hurtful words directly into the line of sight of the people that were being talked about. And up until then, there was no harm. Because it was a private group chat. She was still fucking shit.
No, there was harm, actually, Keffals. There was harm. This wasn't her saying her real feelings that she can never reveal to the public, but don't do anything about it. She was aligning herself with people Who wanted non-binary people squeezed out? Who wanted transgender people squeezed out? Those same people in those group chats that she was joining in, mocking Benny, calling her a transvestite with. She was also going back into that chat, rallying them. I think I actually have it prepared right here. She was going back into that group chat, rallying them. Here we go. Let me make that bigger for you. Rallying them to go start drama with her. These are her pals. These are her best trans friends. And look at this. Get in, losers. We're starting drama with Benny on Blue Sky. What did he do exactly? This is who Brianna Wu is. And by extension, this is who Keffals is. Keffals is fine with this. Because Keffals makes money from Brianna Wu. Keffals is able to entertain fantastical dreams about being more famous than she is through Brianna Wu.
Shitty for saying those things in the group chat, but the person who leaked
It's not the person who lied, it's the whistleblower. They're the real villain.
the group chat in the first place is the person who did harm in this circumstance.
No, Wu did harm. And you did harm, Keffals. Not just to your community, but now to yourself. Because now it is nakedly clear that you have no integrity at all. None.
And I don't even know who it was.
Imagine that defense. Hey, we were only mocking Keffals' old porn leaks in a group DM. No harm was done. Like, imagine this line of argumentation. Hey, everything that happened in Kiwi Farms, it happened in a group chat. You know? Just leave aside the doxing stuff, just everything else. It was a group chat, harmless, doesn't do anything. That's the line of that's the line you want to take, Keffals? That's the hill you're dying on? It was a joke according to Jenny, since few people on Blue Sky, and it was a reference to a movie called Mean Girls. I don't care what Jenny says. Jenny's a liar, first of all. And secondly, no, that's not what that is. I'm sorry. Wu specifies the medium. She specifies where they're going. Get in, losers. We're starting drama with Benny on Blue Sky. Is the get in, losers the reference? That doesn't change the import of the sentence. There's even a link to Blue Sky here.
Leaking the chat instead of speaking up and challenging her is the worst action in this. Well, here's the thing. We don't actually know who leaked it or what their motivation was from leaking it.
Doesn't matter. I'll tell you my motivation. You guys were in bed with a pernicious liar, and you weren't going to say anything about it because you benefit from it personally. That's my motive. I don't care why the leaker leaked it. That's irrelevant.
I would like to know why that happened. Like, why the person leaked it. Was it just chaos? Was it out of like a political disagreement? I actually don't know.
So shut up. You don't know. Why are you trying to cast aspersions on them? There's one person we do know lied, and that's Brianna. Actually, that's untrue. There's also now you. Thank you. These people really just need to learn when to stop talking. Every single time they try to fix the situation, to do damage control, they unspool more rope. It's so ridiculous, the level of incompetence on display. Exactly, Eggle Hegel. Thanks for the $5. The harm done was the infidelity to the people you're occupying a position of leadership over. Not just infidelity. This is a betrayal. This isn't somebody revealing that they're not really on side. This is a person demonstrating that they are actually against you, while lying to your face that they unequivocally advocate for you. Because here's the fact of the matter. It's not about Brianna Wu's bad opinions. Because the truth of the matter is, we don't know Brianna Wu's opinions. We don't know Keffals' opinions. That's what happens when you lie. I don't know if they're lying to... I don't know if Brianna Wu's lying to Zanya, or if she's lying to us. The point is, she's lying to us, for sure. The point... That's the main import. I don't know which of her stances, the pro NB or the non NB one, is actually her true stance. All I know is that in function, she told us she's unequivocally on side with NB people, but then in the background she's organizing with people who are anti NB and she's expressing sympathy with them, and telling them she has motive to want them to be removed from left advocacy because they're a hindrance apparently. You know what's funny? And I keep coming back to this. Nobody ever says that the screaming Destiny clones, like the embarrassing screaming Destiny clones, defending Kylo Rittenhouse, going off on trans people trying to diagnose them, Natsa erudite, Wicked Supreme types, Destiny himself. Nobody says they're an optical liability. It's just the non-binary people. It's just transgender people. Funny how that works, isn't it?
Colin personally holding back from giving you negative feedback. Now I have no doubt. I'm glad you offered this clarification because I know you do care about the trans community. I do feel Brianna Wu's statements are evidence of a transphobic mindset. I hope that changes. I do too. I think that was really fucking weird of her to say, personally. I am disappointed, but I just want to see her get better. I don't want to like...
You don't want to burn a bridge, right, Keffals? You don't want to... There's always money in the banana stand. I don't know what the hell I said that for. I'm too tired. It's the Arrested Development reference. So in Arrested Development, it's like a constant thing the dad always says. Like, there's always money in the banana stand. And the reason why is because it's a formerly wealthy family that's in dire straits, have gone into debt. And the son is the only responsible one trying to figure stuff out. And so he's like, as they're trying to figure stuff, he's like, they own a banana stand. It's like, you can always just sell frozen bananas dipped in chocolate. That's what they're doing. And then eventually, as an act of catharsis, they burn the banana stand down, the son and the grandson. Because they're sick of being tied to the grandfather's old dream of the banana stand or whatever. And then he reveals what happened. The grandfather says again, there's always money in the banana stand. And he says, no, we burned it down actually, we destroyed it, it's gone. What? But there was money in the banana stand. Yeah, no, we destroyed it, we're done with that. No, there was literally cash lining the walls of the banana stand. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. Great move, great show, you should watch it. Anyways, point is, moving on.
Completely fucking drag her when I know that she feels really bad about all of this.
Yeah, exactly, Hegel. It's not infidelity if one's associates don't find out. That's the line of argumentation from Keffals, apparently. Yeah. The mistake Brianna Wu made, according to Keffals, is she got caught. Otherwise, there's no harm, no foul. The real villain is the one who told you that Brianna Wu was lying to you. Because that's inconvenient for Keffals. Keffals just wants to be rich and famous. Can't you understand that? Fuck off, losers. Keffals needs to live it up over here. Brianna Wu is going to get Keffals a visit to the White House. Apparently not, actually. She failed a PR check, as Vosh revealed this morning. I guess yesterday morning now. I'm going to skip ahead. I'm going to skip ahead here because I just don't give a shit. This is exhausting. So when we get to the end, someone does bring up the messages, the relevant chat messages. Look at this. The ones we brought up.
A sexual reassignment surgery, but I don't think that under the current system it would be able to be defended unless it exist within the medical framework. It's already getting rolled back, like, all across the world and in many states in the United States, so it's, yeah.
Yeah, now somebody actually posted this. Look, this is the one we looked at before. This is this for those who aren't familiar. Yeah, I don't agree with arguments like you don't need dysphoria to be trans, because how the hell do you justify irreversible surgeries if you don't have a crippling medical condition? Once again, the form of the argument is, I don't agree with arguments like you don't need dysphoria to be trans, and then she justifies it by reference to the extreme surgeries that she had to undergo in order to overcome her dysphoria. So, this is a statement arguing against, philosophically, the idea that you don't need dysphoria to be trans. Keffals thinks you do need dysphoria to be trans. And here's the proof. The bottom of it, if I didn't have dysphoria, I'd hope I couldn't access bottom surgery. So when she says this is in a medical context, that's a lie. The medical references are incidental. The claim, the argument, is that you don't need dysphoria to be trans is a stupid argument, because you need to have these surgeries gate-kept. And if Keffals didn't have dysphoria, she'd hope that you couldn't have access to bottom surgery.
What are people... Oh, people are currently...
Oh, what are people currently... Wait, this isn't on message?
Can we just, like... Is it okay? Are people gonna get mad if I decide that I don't want to address my COVID-rattled statements?
These are not COVID-rattled statements. These are clear and coherent statements, avowing a stance that you, up until the moment it became inconvenient, were willing to defend. You're a liar, Keffals. No, this doesn't wash. This was not your COVID brain.
Right now?
Like, what level of disrespect does she have to have for a community to say this? Why did you hide that? You had the other slide prepared. Why did you hide these ones? You didn't show those ones on screen before. Now all of a sudden they're there, and now you have to end stream. All of a sudden. All of a sudden. You're in the wrong business, Keffals. You're in the wrong business. You should have just played Minecraft. You're no good at this. You are not a good liar. You're a terrible liar, in fact. I have not seen in my life a worse liar than Keffals. In fact, let's blow this up. This is thumbnail material. See this? This is great thumbnail material. That is the face of someone caught dead to rights. Yeah, you want these conversations, right, Keffals? You really want to have honest conversations about this. Somebody brings up your past statements that directly contradict the story you've been spinning out this entire 2 hours, and now it's too much. That's your COVID brain. Nervous grin. She always smiles when she lies. Have you noticed that? That's like a thing she does. It's like a tick. Okay. She can't help it. I don't know if that's true, but I just noticed she smiles a lot when she's bullshitting.
I think I'm gonna call it because...
Whoa, where did they go? Hang on. That was a big jump.
Can we just, like, is it okay? Are people gonna get mad if I decide that I don't want to address my COVID-rattled statements right now?
No, now's the time to address them.
Okay. I think I'm gonna...
Wow, that was a jump, huh? I guess that GIF is the right size. Thanks for that. Got that off the screen really fast.
I think I'm gonna call it because I'm still sick.
She lined up her post from earlier. This is on the screen. Look at this. Okay. This is Keffals' statement here. She had this ready to go. Why didn't she have the other one ready to go? Why wasn't that ready to hand? Where did this go, Keffals? Why wasn't this ready? That's what you were responding to, right? You're responding to Bastet's passion showing you your own words when you denied that you said you need dysphoria to be trans. Literally right here. I don't agree with arguments like you don't need dysphoria to be trans. If I didn't have dysphoria, I'd hope I couldn't access bottom surgery. It's right there. Clear as crystal. You stole fizzy lifting drinks. You bumped into the ceiling that now has to be washed and sterilized. So you get nothing.
Changing your gender.
So yeah.
Side that I don't.
Just a liar. Just an absolute shameless liar. And bad at it. And I feel sorry for the people who are still clinging to her because she's not your friend. She's not your ally. She has sold you out. Cheap. Very cheap. She sold you out to be the cameraman at VidCon. Think about that. She sold you out to be behind the camera. That's what you're worth. For what it's worth, and my channel's small, so this is probably not saying very much, you cannot buy me. I highly recommend, if you're a follower of Keffals and you're deeply disturbed by this as I am, you follow Demon Mama as well. In fact, I would suggest you follow Demon Mama well over me. Demon Mama is a true advocate of your community. She will never fold on you. And she's the real deal. And yeah. That's where the real community is. This is a cult of personality of a pathological liar who has taken advantage of people's insecurities to become rich and famous at their expense. And is continuing to do so. And is now defending people who are essentially attempting to take advantage of an upcoming election with dire consequences to profit from D-tier list content. Well, on that note, I have nowhere to send you. It's too late. Have a good night. Take care, everyone. Ciao.